Hey, Squid. What up?
Nature's fury.
Hey there, Nightwalker. Oh, yeah, hold on. Gotta turn on the wheel and, start stacking again. That's important. Hey there, Anors. Yeah, more blue lightning balls. Hey there, Taken. Hi, Okami. This time I shall have the biggest pie slice. Yeah, I guess we'll see. We will see.
Too weak, too slow. Storming arrow.
The people have different characters with different abilities. One just make one that they focus on. Most people make lots of different characters throughout the leagues. Typically, you have a character that you start a league with, because you know that you can get to endgame with it, and it doesn't cost you very much to run. And then from there, you spend the currency on more expensive builds or more complex concepts that don't work as well whenever you're just starting a league. Yeah, lots of people will play multiple builds throughout a league.
No mana. I don't have enough mana.
Hey there, Seraph. Hey, what's up, monkey? Went out for your birthday. I wasn't able to earlier in the week with the wife, then had some friends over. Sounds pretty chill.
That's quite nice.
Feels kind of bad even bothering to pick up Breach Splinters anymore when they're 1/5 of an Exalt. And a Divine Orb is 150 Exalts.
Take this! Out of mana. An easy trophy.
Divine Orb.
Quite nice.
Good start to the day.
Storm point. Quick and lethal. No mana.
Nothing.
You have been sentenced to death.
Storm point.
Rip your down.
Don't mind if I do.
I do get 70k DPS on Lightning Arrow. I don't know. Kinda did. A lot of different things, really. Man, I'm not in streamer mode? That is surprising. I must have turned it off. There we go. Started leveling the build. Any tips for the campaign? Thank you for the build. Campaign. Have you, you've seen my Mobalytics page, right? Like the starter version that I uploaded to it? Because that's basically like everything I could say about campaign. And how to ease your way through campaign to playing the build late.
Quick and lethal.
Nothing in like particular comes to mind. Yeah, 70k DPS on Lightning Arrow. I just kind of, you know, really good jewels. I guess we can take a look at like some of the stuff that I've been doing that isn't on the guide. That's more recent. Some stuff that I just started doing recently, like this week. That's definitely contributed to it. Hey there, Sterlini. Sterlini?
What is it?
Hi, CJM.
I'll be here, waiting.
That's actually not bad. This is a solid jewel. It's the Hall of Cash Money. Shh.
We don't have to talk about how much the side out costs.
There was some misinformation spread by a friend of mine that made our mutual believe that I had purchased this hideout. And they said that if I bought it, that they would buy it. So they thought I had, so they bought it. And then I felt bad having not bought it, so then I bought it. And the best part is I'm using 0 of the cosmetics from that pack. I'm just using the hideout. That's it. I don't even like any of the cosmetics. Got a Citadel. What do I have for... Probably going to be in this tab. I think I have a corrupted map that I wanted to use for this. Or maybe I don't. Do I have a decent one in here? The 305. 325. 315. No, not really. We just need one with like 350 or so percentage. And that'll be good enough. I don't know what the exact breakpoints are with Citadels. I haven't really investigated it. No, I don't really like having the pets follow me around because it feels too much like an enemy and I shoot at it all the time. Not a big fan of pets. Alright, this one we'll have to do. I believe we instill it with envy. Yes. This one has 3 suffixes, so it's safe to do that too. Alright, let's run it. You bought the 480. Hey. I just said we don't have to talk about what this costs.
Thunderous shot.
It's a write-off, okay? It's a birthday present to me.
Barely broke a sweat.
From me. Something is not right with my filter. Ah, yes, attacks right off. Yeah, attacks right off.
Don't mind if I do. I need more mana.
What's the best int to dex ratio? It's more so just important that you try to sit your dexterity on a good breakpoint for your Falcon. What's it called? Falcon technique. You want your dex to sit on a good number, ideally for your Falcon technique and your Hands of Wisdom in action. Like, for example, 300 is a multiple of both 15 and 25. Makes it ideal.
Easy trophy.
Because more or less anything in between multiples of 15 and 25 is just wasted points and should just be spent on intelligence. There's also a decent argument for 150 intelligence, because if you have 150 int, you can put your Orb of Storms on level 15, and this is a breakpoint that increases the chain count and how fast it triggers your lightning rods. So that's pretty good.
You cannot stop us. We will take the power that we deserve.
Many have tried. Take this!
Only
Now
2
this will come
fragments.
in handy.
Skeleton King from Diablo. This dude feels like a Dark Souls boss to me.
An easy trophy.
Very close to just being a Dark Souls boss wholesale. You have 225, 197. Yeah, pretty much there's like not so much a right answer. Um, Typically dexterity, if you can hit a new multiple of 15 and especially 25, it's worth more than 10 more intelligence. But anything in between that, it's better spent on dex. It's better spent on int. But there's also an argument to be made that Nova damage, like your Alpha Strike damage, whenever you're firing into a pack for the first time, is the most important, and attack speed does not contribute to that. So for mapping, intelligence is always basically strictly better in that regard. Especially if someone is in the stage of progression before looking at anything causes it to die instantly. Also, mana's nice. Well, maximum mana is nice. Harder to go from the Ball Lightning. Good evening, sir. You're making divines tonight. We've gotten a divine. We're doing a citadel at the moment. Making pretty okay-ish money at the minute.
Storm point.
Didn't quite juice the citadel enough. Probably need like 500, 600% waystone to get the triple fragment drop.
I'm out of mana.
Got a good question. How do you deal with how many options for skills this game gives you? Tried to play it once before it released, but the game has given me so many different skills to choose from. Too many I found really cool looking. I picked my build with a flowchart made by DSLE before launch. That's how I picked what I was doing. Oh, hey, another divine.
What luck?
Neat.
Take this. Quick and lethal.
I'm pretty sure the Citadel's just bugged and not going to complete, so we're out of here. No, I'm not using ES. The Hands of Wisdom in action just have a little bit of energy shield on them. Proof that you don't need rarity on items to get divs. You get so much rarity from your map already that it doesn't feel like it matters that much unless you are really trying to min-max it. These are actually not the worst. Like, these aren't offensively bad. I don't think I would ever get 50 for them. Probably just going to sell those straight away, to be honest. I don't really have any interest in playing Arbiter anymore. I imagine they've also tanked pretty hard. Actually, no. Yeah, it's pretty good profit. So while I'm doing this, also Delirium, Simulacrum. And because the Exalted Orb is getting to be borderline worthless, go ahead and do that real quick. I couldn't afford a bad gray item with how the prices have hiked. What? Really cool question. How as a warrior would you proc Herald of Ice? Is there some item or passive that allows you to build up freeze for shatter? As a warrior, how would you proc Herald of Ice? That would be... I can't really speak specifically about warrior and proccing Herald of Ice, but generally the way people are proccing Herald of Ice is through Herald of Thunder dealing cold damage, and they accomplish this by using which tab? The useless tab. Okay, so they accomplish it by doing cold infusion to make their Herald of Thunder do cold damage. You can also do this to other abilities if you wanted to be able to freeze things. And then they're doing probably Ice Bite as well. And also Glaciation for 50% more freeze buildup. So that is one way that people proc Herald of Ice. They're doing that. And if you want to improve your capability of causing Herald of Ice procs, then you would do like a anointment for, where is it? Essence of the Mountain. Because it's just adds 5% of all damage is added as cold. So even if something doesn't normally do cold damage, it'll deal 5% cold damage. There's also a unique ring that can be used that treats chilled enemies as if they're frozen for the purpose of causing shatter. So that's another way that people do it. But another simulacrum, I'm scared to run it again. Dude, simulacrums are scary, but like I said in the video, like if you are not if you're not confident or overcome with ego like I am whenever I do simulacrums, that you'll like come out okay. There's like no shame in just doing simulacrums with other people. Because if you die, you can just re-enter the portal as long as everyone doesn't wipe. And it makes it way easier to get through simulacrum. That being said, I still did mine alone. Just because I wanted to do them alone. But I know full well that I could have avoided failing 2 simulacrums if I would have just swallowed my pride and did them with other people. %, AoE increase, 50% freeze buildup, cold infusion on Herald of Ice. You can't do that on Herald of Ice. Herald of Ice is a payload skill. Herald of Ice can't freeze. I believe it can chill but can't freeze. That's why people put it on Herald of Thunder. Because Herald of Thunder can freeze. And that's why they go back and forth. And that's why the meta for a bunch of different physical builds just revolves around Herald of Thunder and Herald of Ice. Anyway, let's talk a little bit about what I've changed about the build that isn't currently boosting escape shot. Just check. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about what I changed about the build that isn't currently in the guide, and the reason it's not in the guide is this is me chucking a lot of divines at the build at this point. This is completely out of scope of like someone budgeting to play this game and complete the game anymore. This is like someone with endgame amounts of currency and just wanting to spend it for the sake of spending it. But something I bought was a Against the Darkness Time Lost Diamond. I might have talked about this last stream, but it is 4% extra lightning damage, which is it's a multiplicative bonus. 4% extra lightning damage on each notable within the circle. So I'm pretty much picking up all of them. My weapon set 2 picks up 2 more than my weapon set 1, which is currently my bossing setup. I believe I reflect this now in the mobalytics, but it was a change I made a little while ago where my mapping setup has first approach, because this is 140% extra damage on your first hit against enemies during mapping, so it is quite impactful when you're just clearing mobs, as 140% increased damage is pretty substantial towards just one-shotting them. So that was a change that I've made. I've pretty much gutted all of the electrocution stuff out of my bossing setup, but that isn't because electrocute isn't good. Electrocution is extremely good for whenever you're downing the pinnacle 4s for the first time. How much was that? This was actually only 16 divines. I got this for pretty cheap. I got this before they added the search functionality to get them. Since they added search functionality, now they're like 26 divines or more. But yeah, I've completely removed the electrocution buildup from my bossing setup, and that's not because electrocution is bad. It's just this is really good for when you're taking the pinnacle 4s down for the first time, or you're like just on the borderline of being able to do it smoothly. But I do so much, like, just stupid amounts of damage at this point that I don't even really need to bother electrocuting them. I just kill them. So that is why I don't have the electrocution support in the build anymore on my bossing setup. Instead, I've got like Giant Slayer for just more straight up raw damage against them. I've got the extra Sharp Sight bonus for 5% attack speed and the 4% extra lightning damage from the Jewel. Shatter Palm literally does nothing for me at all, really. It just gives me the 4% extra damage, like the 4% extra lightning damage. And that's like the only reason I even have it. Although we do actually stun build up on the T4 bosses pretty damn fast, which is a hard CC in and of itself. And another optimization I've made, this is actually a pretty cheap one. This one is probably going to go in the build itself, is adding in a Megalomaniac diamond into the build for spreading shocks. And it doesn't really matter what else you get with this. So you get spreading shocks without having to take all of this, which saves 8 points in exchange for a jewel slot, which is already extremely valuable. But the way we accomplish this is we just take 2 points here to get to this jewel slot, and we pocket a free 6 points for our build. Just completely free of charge, because we're getting the jewel slot back, and all we're losing is 3 stat nodes and like a little bit of extra damage, right? Like, these are very weak nodes, I would say. Like, at this stage in the game, we can do so much better with 6 points than this nonsense. And that is why up here in my general set, you see, like, I didn't have these before. I couldn't afford them in weapon set 1 plus weapon set 2. I had them just set to weapon set 2. Same with these. Couldn't afford them. Now I have them. And the end result of that is just a lot more damage on the mapping setup in particular.
It is also more damage on the bossing setup, but only a little bit more. Particularly the mapping setup deals a lot more damage now, and because the jewel is giving me 3% passive, 3% small, passive chaos resistance. I'm actually up to 65% chaos res now, which is pretty substantial compared to where we used to be. We used to play this build like 2 weeks ago on like 21% chaos res. Now I'm sitting at 65, and barely anything has changed outside of this jewel. So this is an extremely good jewel. This is an extremely good jewel. I'm probably going to update and talk about them more in the Mobilytics soon. But there you go. If you were curious about how I've still been increasing my damage on this build despite only having a 410 DPS bow, that is how I've been doing it. And now we're sitting at 80,000 Lightning Arrow tooltip with no buffs or anything. Whereas, like, I don't know, a little bit earlier this week, I think I was sitting at 69k. Pretty substantial difference. He changed his hideout.
Fury.
This is Can I start with 10 divines? Can you tell me if 10 divs is enough for the cheap variant of the build? Yeah, it is. 10 divines is definitely cheap enough to start this build. I played this build the entire way through the campaign and through mapping as my first character in the league. So you can definitely play this build start to finish with no money at all. But, you know, if you just want to get into endgame with a 10 divines, I definitely... The first video I made on this build, after implementing Cast on Shock and getting Thief's Torment, I definitely don't think my character was even worth 10 divines at that point. And it was performing quite well. It was generating currency just fine, so I would say for sure. Should I save for a 15% quiver one? 15% quiver one, you mean... Are you talking about quiver effect jewel? My quiver effect jewels are like 11% or 10% or something. It doesn't really matter what your quiver effect jewel is. Just as long as it is 10%, 11%, 12%, something like that. Just as long as you get to 20% total, that's all that matters. Yeah, I have 22% between these two jewels. As long as you're 20% or higher, that's all that matters. That's the first break point. This is probably the worst jewel in my set at this point. It's just here pretty much to give me the quiver effect that I need. Oh yeah, and this was also a very expensive purchase. This was a 22 divine chess piece. And I had to have this whenever I saw it because the corruption on it brings this evasion rate on this thing like higher than it's even physically possible to get, and I thought that was super dope because like even if you have a perfect chess piece, I think you can only get around like 2150, somewhere in that range, definitely not even 2200, and then this thing's just sitting here at 2275. I had to have it, so I blew all of my money on it that we made on the last stream. And it was totally worth it, too, because now whenever I'm buffed up on Tailwind,
I'm out of mana.
I'm at 80% evasion with acrobatics, which feels real nice.
Fury. Quick and lethal. What luck? No mana.
much is my DPS on Lightning Arrow? Unbuffed, it's 80,000. With my bossing setup, I think it's 87,000. What? What? I can't leave the arena? The door is too far away. Jonathan! What the hell? Jonathan! What have you done? Get me out! Hey there, Gabriel. The build's pinned at the top of the chat. Get me out! Oh, this sucks. Log out. Nope. That's so stupid. Oh, man. DOB sucks. I don't know why they released it in the state they did. Like, POB is missing so much basic functionality, it's kind of embarrassing. I started inputting everything into POB, and I started realizing very quickly that barely anything works in its current form, and it's just not even worth my time. I don't think so. Do I get one hit often? No, not really. It can happen, of course, but it has to be an instance of over 2,300 damage. And I only get hit 20% of the time, so it takes quite the act of God for it to happen, but it does happen. I have died 242 times total. Yeah, slash help did not help. Playing with the build, spent like 40 to 50 days gear, loving it so much at this point. Huge upgrade after playing with Mercy like 2 weeks. That's super cool. I'm glad it's working out for you. Alright, I think this map is cooked, and that's really bad because I really wanted to traverse through this area. But I guess I'm gonna have to repeat it with no modifiers.
Go on.
Which, I mean, that sucks. But it is what it is.
I'll be here, waiting. I'll be here, waiting.
I'm just gonna throw something in here to run through it. Yeah, I hadn't seen the arena lock me in on this map before. That's pretty obnoxious. They should probably fix that.
Barely broke a sweat. I don't have enough mana.
Okay, yeah, my filter did not update. That is annoying. 1 second.
Pop, pop, pop.
Hell is that? Alright, see if that fixed it. If not, we're very sad.
An easy trophy.
It's actually insane how dull maps with no modifiers are. Did no hit Sycamas yesterday. I wish I had the temporal relic when I did it. You did a no hit with no temporal relic? That's sad. Are you sure it was a no hit? Could you have maybe been grazed by something along the way?
Not ready. That's quite nice. I need more mana.
Never lost a single honor point. Yeah. Suppose it was a no hit then, yeah.
Speak. I'll be here, waiting.
Yeah, that is unfortunate.
Storm point. Barely broke a sweat. Out of mana. That's quite nice. I need more mana.
I don't know, my filter's not updating for some reason. Or rather, the changes aren't saved, maybe, is the problem.
Fury.
Man, I love playing bluff. Just a straight line all the way to the tower. What do you make? What do you need to make COS proc more often? Just higher shock chance? More damage, more shock chance. It's a balancing act. The thing is, we're primarily trying to cause shocks on bosses by hitting them 20 different times with a comparatively very small amount of damage in the form of lightning rod. You know, like every individual lightning rod is only 10k damage for me, right? Which is actually a lot now, but before you get to the point where lightning rod has sufficient damage to overroll the enemy ailment threshold, you just don't get that many shocks from it. Even whenever you're running conduction to double it. But eventually you just hit this point where you are doing enough damage with lightning rod that it's rolling over the enemy ailment threshold with each individual hit, and you just start turbocharging the cast on shock gem.
Speak.
So it just kind of hits all at once. Like, it'll be pretty lukewarm, pretty mediocre, and then all of a sudden, just bam, you start throwing balls at everything. Hey there, Dan. Need help with survivability. Damage is top notch with buffs and 100% health. I'm 84% evasion. I'm still getting KO'd. Are you 84% evasion with acrobatics? And because I feel like that would be pretty tough. And if so, how much maximum life is 100%? Because that's another important thing. I'm using Herald of Ice. I don't freeze like others on YouTube. Well, that's because Herald of Ice is like you need a lot of gear for Herald of Ice to perform the way just straight Herald of Thunder and Lightning stacking does. Like, if I, with my current setup, shifted to the Herald of Ice setup, I would not be as good.
There is no patriotism without capitalism.
I would definitely not perform as much.
Thank you so much for the build, brother. Smiley face. Made my po time happy.
Lone Wolf 36, thank you for the 10. I'm glad it's working out for you, man.
That's awesome. That's like the best thing that I can possibly hear. I love seeing like the comments and people coming in were like, "Yo, this build rocks, brother. I'm having such a good time." Um, love that stuff. Anyway, without acrobatics and only 1200 health. All right, well, I think you might have I think you answered your own question there. You gotta get those numbers up, get that evasion up, get acrobatics online, get that max life up. Start dying a lot less often. Not to say that you'll stop dying entirely. Sometimes you just drop dead, you know? Evasion just doesn't protect you at the wrong moment with a really big hit incoming, and you just die. But that's okay, you know? Once you're above level 90, level 92, just start running an Omen of Amelioration. If you fall flat every once in a while, it's no big deal. That's why it's not a hardcore build, right? How to know when to switch to Herald of Ice? I don't play Herald of Ice. I just don't switch. I don't really see a point in switching. Herald of Ice only curves your top end damage potential downward. And the only reason to do it is for quote unquote better map clear whenever your gear is like the top 1%. But then doing Herald of Thunder with spreading shocks already proliferates itself, and your map clear is already S tier anyway. So I just don't see the point. Because your rare clear during mapping is never as good with Herald of Ice as it is with straight Herald of Thunder with Cast on Shock active. Like, rare killing is so much easier with Cast on Shock active. And the gear curve required to run my build compared to Herald of Ice is like night and day as far as effectiveness is concerned. And then even at the top end, the Herald of Ice is like less bossing DPS for generally about the same map clearing potential. So yeah, I just don't get it. Herald of Ice is like very much the meta option with a lot of different builds, like, you know, Invokers. Invokers probably Spiral, Volley, all that kind of stuff probably benefits a lot from Herald of Ice. Pretty much any martial build on the planet benefits from doing the Herald of Ice thing, but I feel like LA Deadeye is best played just doing Herald of Thunder and just proliferating Herald of Thunder. That's just me. And that's kind of what I perpetuate and what I put in my build guides and stuff. And like a lot of people all the time come into the stream and they're like, yo, I switched off Herald of Ice. I started doing what you're doing. I like it so much better. That's like the feedback I've gotten about it, basically. How do you get more than 30k DPS on LA? Lots of different things. It's a lot of different things. Like, it's mostly in the jewels, I'll tell you that. The way my jewels are set up are pretty high end at this point. Granted, before I started doing Against the Darkness, I still had around like 60k. Let's just see how much this is contributing. This is a lot. I guarantee it. Yeah, it's 10,000, right? Like, this is a pretty meaty jewel. This allowed me to save points to the spreading shocks, which I then distributed around the Against the Darkness jewel, and the Against the Darkness cost me 16 divs. All of my jewels are extremely good. Like, this is evasion, double attack speed, projectile, movement speed, evasion, attack speed, projectile, double attack speed, evasion, lightning damage, attack speed, critical hit chance, evasion, lightning. And even my quiver jewel isn't bad. This one isn't anyway. 10% quiver. Projectile damage, attack speed. Oh, he already did it. All right. Yeah, my jewels are pretty high end at this point. That looks like a... I don't know. That looks like a pretty good jewel. Like, medium large isn't that bad, and it's -6, -5. I think that's pretty good. It's definitely on the high end. It's not garbage, at least. It didn't brick. Changing Monk to straight electric? I don't know if it's going to be as good for Monk to do straight electric. I don't have experience with Monk to say if it's the same logic with Monk. All I know is LA Deadeye is best played straight lightning, in my opinion, and in my experience. Because I have tried switching, right? Like, I have messed around with Herald of Ice. And you foul it for me. Okay. Sure. Any experience incorporating Combat Frenzy with Lightning or Lightning Ice Archer for Endgame? I have not done Combat Frenzy, but what I have messed around with was... I actually have, like, a couple ideas in regards to... Nothing happened. Nothing happened. I have some experience with this. I tried incorporating power charges just to buff up barrage for bigger burst at the beginning of a fight with a boss, and it worked. It's a little bit inconclusive at this point because it's hard for me to tell the difference. But the way I was doing it, I wasn't using Combat Frenzy. What I did was I did Sniper's Mark, and I put Sniper's Mark into my Cast on Shock. So it was just spamming the Sniper's Mark onto the boss and giving me a shitload of Frenzy charges. And what I actually want to try doing is I need a little bit more spirit. I need a amulet with 50 spirit instead of 48, which is quite the tall ask. But what I really want to try doing is running not Combat Frenzy, but where is it? Charge Infusion. If I could just have Charge Infusion with that for the increased skill speed. I think, what is it at max level, or 19? Is 11% more skill speed. So technically that would be 11% DPS increase. Incorporating frenzy charges against the boss like that, plus what the Hunter's Mark does. Or Sniper's Mark, I mean. That's something I'm, like, cooking on incorporating, but haven't yet. Hands of Wisdom better than good high-end flat? Yeah. Hands of Wisdom accomplish more than, like, what any glove realistically could. Here, we can see how much the gloves are doing. The gloves are doing so much more than that jewel, by the way.
Shocking.
Yeah, it's so much damage, right? Yeah, Hands of Wisdom in action are definitely this. Physical damage to speed? I have not done that. It's like speed, like attack speed? What do you mean speed? Are there runes for attack speed? Wait, are they soul cores? Must be a soul core. Yeah. These. I have a feeling that the iron is going to be better, but we can look. Sure, why not? Oh, it is better. Wow. That's surprising. I guess because it's a... Yeah, because my bow's a lot of lightning damage. It kind of makes sense. I'm a little bit surprised, though. The second one was a lot closer, but... Yeah, good catch. That's interesting. Yeah, it's very, very interesting. I think that's... Wait, I don't want rage. Ah, cool. Yeah, that's 100k on the mapping setup without rage. Neat. Very cool. All right, let's keep playing the game. All right, I need to pick a... We need to pick a tablet to use. I'm not sure which one I want. Probably a breach tablet, though. %, rarity, increased items. Do another breach tablet. Unfortunately, I can't go through here because the Citadel bugged out and I could not complete it, so we're done progressing this direction. So that sucks. We can go this way, though. How'd you get to 100k DPS? Kinda did. I don't know. Only issue I'm having is finding a good dual string. There are 35 divs. My dual string is, my dual string was 7 divines.
Too weak, too slow.
It's a 410 DPS bow.
What luck? Not yet.
Ouch. Oh yeah, whoops. I forgot to take the Hunter's Mark back off. Keep wanting to say Hunter's, it's Sniper's Mark. 69, but it's a composite. What's DPS in yours?
Fury.
Looking for bows stronger than mine, so I guess that's the issue. Yeah, once bows got into a situation where if I wanted something better, it was going to cost me like 30 plus divines. I pretty much completely stopped looking for upgrades as far as the bow is concerned and just looked outward. All the other different small optimizations like quiver, jewels mostly, stats. Bunch of different stuff that gave me a lot of extra damage, and hilariously, if I ever do get a better bow, it's just going to exacerbate that new bow having all of this other stuff that's also pretty top tier. I feel like they made this map a little bit less offensive to traverse, but it's still pretty bad. Like, there's less chest-high walls, but there's still way too many chest-high walls, and by that I mean more than 0.
Too weak, too slow.
Everyone just roll Ranger. I'm gonna be honest, before I made my first build guide, I had no idea who the hell Fubgun was, and the only reason I found out who Fubgun was because I had a whole bunch of comments saying, hey, you just copied Fubgun. Meanwhile, the game's been out literally 1 week, and I just happened to pick the same, like, archetype as him.
Take this!
But yeah, that was the first time I found out who Fubgun was. Yeah, Herald of Ice, like, don't get me wrong, it's good. It's just, I feel like the bottom line, not the bottom line, I just feel like you get so much more effectiveness out of not doing Herald of Ice. At least in most scenarios.
You won't escape.
Strongest boss in the entire game.
Scream all you like. It won't help you. Storm point. That's quite nice. Got no pack space for that.
Physically saw the frames drop there. Your setup proc so much, it's insane. It's actually like too much. Do you recommend acrobatics? I recommend acrobatics if your evasion stays at 70% or higher without your tailwind stacked. When you swap. Because anything less than that is going to feel bad. but that is the right time to swap, in my opinion, is once you can be 0 tailwind and still maintain 70% evasion, that's the point where it starts to feel good to be aggro. And before that, it feels like you are nerfing yourself. And overall making yourself less survivable instead of more. Use NeverSync's filter. Which strictness are you currently using? I don't use NeverSync's filter. I made my own filter with Filter Blade. My filter is downloadable from my community Discord in the description on YouTube and the About Me section on Twitch. Unrelated to Path of Exile, I want to ask if there is a Ghost Divers Discord server. I can't find it. There is. It's actually the same link. So my community Discord server is both Helldivers 2 and Path of Exile 2. And the link is below in the About Me section. I believe it'll also come up if I do this on Twitch. The tab names. I know NeverSync made Filter Blade, but when someone says NeverSync's loot filter, I assume that they're talking about the NeverSync filter that was put out before Filter Blade was finished. Because there was like a basic NeverSync filter that was put out preemptively before Filter Blade was completed. Let's go ahead and run this. Since I have it, it'll be fun. Can blow up a boss.
Thunderous shot. I'm out of mana. Barely broke a sweat. I need more mana. Fury! I'm out of mana. Don't mind if I do.
Yeah, something is very wrong with my filter at the moment. Six div on it when it only touches like 1 or 2 notables. What do you think makes the biggest difference? The amount of DPS you have? Well, The thing about the Against the Darkness jewel is you play into it once you get it. Like, once you have the Against the Darkness, then it's like, well, I want Unbound Forces, I want Storm Surge, I want Staggering Palm. I mean, hell, on my bossing setup, I even have Shattering Palm and Sharp Sight just to abuse it more. So really, once you get the Against the Darkness jewel, it shifts the way you spend your tree to facilitate it. And that's how you get value out of it. Show bow and quiver, please. Sure. Dude, we need the Waystone tab. ASAP money. Apparently it's coming soon. Absolutely need it. That is... Sorry, hold on. That's not the updated build. On the Twitch side. I need to fix that. This is the updated build. Maybe, yeah. Bow and quiver. My quiver's admittedly pretty nuts. T9 lightning, T8 fizz, T4 projectile speed, T8 dex. My bow is super mediocre though. For the stage of Endgame I'm at, it's just a 7 div 410 DPS bow. Not super special. But I believe I spent like... What did I spend on that quiver? I think 8. I think I only paid 8 for the quiver.
Storm point. What luck?
So yeah, that's why I don't really bother with the electrocution on my setup anymore, is just because the bosses just insta-die anyways, so it's not even really worth CCing them anymore. Thank you for the build guide. Just did my first T15 map. Nice. Glad it's working out for you, man. Catch you later, Akami. Thanks for stopping by.
Speed. I'll be here, waiting.
All right. Got a flask upgrade. That doesn't happen every day. No, I'm actually out of those. That's crazy. Trying to make the build work for so long without Thief's Torment. Believe me, I tried a lot of different things to get around Thief's Torment, and nothing worked. Nothing. In the end, there was no getting around it. Wish Sekma's Relic gave better items. Yeah, I kind of liked running Sekma's. I'll probably do a lot of Sekma carry stuff
to make my starting currency at the beginning of the leagues, just because I really like Sekmas, but I do think it falls off once people have good jewels and stuff. I switched my jewel back, right? Yeah, okay. Love this build. I'm cutting through the end game like butter. Thank you for the build. Awesome, Warrior. Glad to hear it, man. That's working out for you. Chaos and Helm is common. I need suffixes for rounding up my other resistances. I went without Chaos Resistance for like a really, really long time. I only started to actually have good Chaos Resistance once I had my Against the Darkness. Before that, I had like 21 to 32% Chaos, and really it was pretty chill. The only time it would be a problem is like if a rare was randomly a Chaos rare, or if I was doing a map with bonus Chaos damage, but I just mostly avoided those. And then if it was a Chaos rare, then it would have to get through the evasion to kill me, and then if that happens, I mean, is what it is, right? Definitely didn't happen too commonly. Wouldn't say it was too much of an issue. Didn't really stifle progression at any point. I really like doing that with Barrage. Very fun. When the game gives mana per hit, they could certainly add that to lower other items. Yeah, well, the fact that there's only one item in the game that does mana on hit is why it's so special, though, right? That's what makes it a real unique. I actually really like that about it. I keep calling it the One Ring.
Out of mana.
The One Ring to rule them all. Better than Moxie's? I mean, I have no point of comparison. I am curious who comes out ahead. The crit setup or this one. I don't really have a point of comparison, though. I haven't played the crit setup or Moxie setup to know. I will always fervently defend the idea that doing this is better than doing Herald of Ice plus Herald of Thunder, because this works with less gear far easier, and your rare clearing during mapping is far better. Which, once you get to the point where you're doing so much damage, the rares go pop anyway, it doesn't matter, right? But also, I would argue that if you are doing that much damage and nothing matters, you're also already screen clearing with just Herald of Thunder anyway. So there's not really anything to be gained going either way. It's more so just about what benefits the more mid-range player, or those that are like earlier on in endgame, or just what benefits the 99% of Deadeyes more. And I would say that just doing Herald of Thunder, the way I have it set up, will benefit 99% of Deadeyes more. And that I have tested. I have messed with the Herald of Ice just to see if maybe I was misleading people or something. And it's like, no, definitely not. Definitely not.
Charge arrow.
Herald combo is super base for like invokers. To my knowledge, but again, like, I've never played a monk, I've never played an invoker. I can't say whether doing Spreading Shock's Herald of Thunder would do the same thing for them as it does for me on Deadeye. So just, all I know is Herald of Thunder Spreading Shock's proliferation is pretty damn comparable to what you can do with Double Herald. And it doesn't cost you running your cast on during mapping, which is very underrated in how much DPS it provides against rares.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
you could maybe possibly, if I were to have a mirror bow and just some crazy ass gear,
Waiting.
decide to run Herald of Ice proliferation instead. At that point, even if the AoE would be ever so slightly better, I would have to ask myself, why did I even bother? I was already blowing up the screen anyways. There's not really any difference at this point anyway. And yeah, the only enemy you actually care if it gets frozen or not is bosses, and you can electrocuting arrow them.
Barely broke a sweat. That's quite nice. Thunderous shot.
Something else really underrated is this setup definitely does high delirium percentage much easier. Because, you know, you do a map with 100% delirium, enemies are only taking 20% damage. Against rares, it can actually take quite a bit of effort to bring them down without your cast on shock. A cast on shock, like once it just starts firing on a rare, that rare is going to die. Doesn't really matter how tanky it is. Doesn't really matter if you keep shooting at it either. One set of lightning rods is gonna proc up to like 16 times on it, and it will be dead.
I need more mana. Quick and lethal. Out of mana. Stay light, stay alive.
Try to pick up every rare item or just pick up certain types. My filter is pretty strict. We're just playing a level 80 map, so a lot of stuff is getting past my filter at the moment. I made it more strict, but it seems like it's not updating for some reason. And yes, Font of Rage is extremely goated against bosses. It is 30% more attack damage. Extremely good. Trying to figure out what's up with my filter. At the buffed blitzer. Yeah, stacking up Font of Rage on bosses is crazy damage. Like charging up a Kaioken. Like, look at my DPS next to Font of Rage. And this is on the mapping setup too. Like if I switch to the bossing setup,
Shocking.
right, 142,000. To open up your boss fights. That's beyond excessive at this point. Did I click refresh? I did. We've also logged out
That
and
would
logged
only
in
slow me
too.
down.
I don't know what its problem is. What's up, Bleepy? Back from your nap, I see. Oh, I must missed a stellar amulet. Snap, Zoopy. How much DPS do those gloves add? Tons. Hands of Wisdom in action are a lot of DPS.
Nature's fury.
54k all the way up to 81k because of the gloves. Hands of Wisdom in action are probably the biggest DPS increase the build can receive, but it's difficult to incorporate them because you need to fix your resistances with one less item, and also you have to keep in mind that they give basically no evasion, making it that much harder to actually get the acrobatics requirement. But it is well worth it if you can figure it out. A huge damage increase.
Don't mind if I do. Stay light, stay alive.
They're actually not that expensive anymore. You can get a decent pair for 3 divs. Whenever I got mine from dropping them from the boss, they were going for 6 divs back then. It was funny, like we killed the Breach Lord on stream, and he dropped me the Hands of Wisdom in action. It was like something I was never really going to incorporate otherwise. This was back whenever my build was probably worth less than 10 divines. So it was just a big power up whenever I just dropped those gloves on the ground back then.
Got no pack space for that.
Speak. Time is not on our side.
I would second the gas arrow start, but also I would second it under the pretense that it's mid-league whenever you're doing it. I think I would rather still just start Lightning Arrow if it's a new league. But if you're starting this build late in the league, then yeah, I'd probably just start it as gas arrow. Like, pretty easy to set up. Elite fires a bluff tower map. Oh, yeah. That seems pretty good. You could do the same logic with Ravine, though, too. The other thing that kind of sucks is you do lose the level of the map or whatever. Well, I guess it doesn't matter whenever you're doing bluff. It seems pretty comfy. That seems like something I would potentially consider. Did you just call Luffy inferior witch? Inferior witch. That's some shade. League start for next league will probably be stacking gas arrow merc.
That's quite nice.
And then he just fell over and died. Hot, 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 hot.
Freaking lethal.
Minions are bust.
Speak.
Did I not finish the map? Thought I did. The sound effects are so satisfying. What's up, Seog? But the map's complete. Alright, I don't know. I don't know. I guess I took a wrong turn, eh? This doesn't connect to anything? Oh, yeah, okay. Okay. Alright, I guess we're going down here. Feels bad. Oh well. Yeah, the lightning effects are pretty goated.
Don't mind if I do. Need more time. Prepare yourself. Too weak, too slow.
Hey there, Coco. Still swimming with my spelled hideout bando. How do you get that fancy hideout? You give GGG way too much money. You give them your content creator cut. That's how you get the site out. Basically, you cut them in. It was a birthday present from me to me. But also because Loopy messed up. It is entirely Loopy's fault that I have it and that I spent that money. And there was absolutely nothing I could have done about it.
There is no patriotism without capitalism.
Helping out
Don't
with
mind
the
if I
rent
do.
XD.
Jace, thank you for the 10. Appreciated the help with the rent, my guy. Came across your vids for the first time a couple weeks ago. Just wanted to say thanks for the content. Thanks for watching, Coco. Glad you like it. Currently crafting a gun mage build. Any ideas for skill synergies? Gun mage. Like crossbow?
Barely broke a sweat.
I don't have much of an idea. Sorry to say. More DACA. How long have I been making content? Almost a year. I believe I started in... I want to say I started in April. So we're coming up on the end of year 1. Technically, my YouTube channel is older than that, but I didn't start making content on it until last year in April. Whenever Helldivers 2 came out, that's when I started uploading content. Originally, my YouTube channel used to just be my VODs channel for my variety stream, and I would upload some of my long plays of games onto it. Those have all been archived at this point, but that's what used to be on here. And then one day, someone came into my chat on Twitch and was like, you know, your content's really good. You should do... He didn't say you should do YouTube. He said you should do TikTok.
What luck?
And I was like, you know, I've been doing Twitch for like almost 2 years now and gone pretty much nowhere. Maybe I should try something different. So with their help, I started making like small videos on TikTok with my content. Like sometimes like more guide related stuff. And it did pretty okay. It wasn't bad. And then I got to thinking like, well, if I'm doing this anyway, I might as well be putting my stuff on YouTube as well, right? Like there's no reason not to. So I did. And I got even more feedback doing it on YouTube, and I was like, okay, this is something I really need to explore more. And yeah, that's how it started. It started because one person told me that I could. Or that I should. You just gonna skip that chest?
Go on.
Probably. I don't really click on chests.
I'll be here, waiting.
Unless it was like a chest armor, in which case, yeah, I guess. How many DPS is this build? Like on a boss? On a pinnacle boss, it deals... Currently, I deal over 3 million. I would say when I recorded my last video on it, I was doing 2.6 million. And I would say that a budget version of my build will deal between 1.5 and 2 million DPS to bosses. Great videos, love the pacing, make the information easy to understand and remember. Dope. Are you still using coursing current in your build because of Mobalytics says you're using elemental focus instead? Amazing videos in the build, by the way. If I could sub twice, I would. Thanks, Daniel. Okay, so the coursing current was a mistake. I knew this before I made the guide. I knew this before, like, I was doing coursing current. And then in the original guide video, someone was like, hey, that's a payoff skill. It can't shock. And then I went out and tested it just to make sure because I felt like it could shock. And it looked like it was shocking. To my knowledge, it was shocking, or it seemed to be doing it anyway. And the thing about these early access tooltips, right? Like, it says payoff, it says it can't shock, but you can't even trust that because if we look at like any skill right now, right, and we scroll to like my ailment for lightning arrow, what's this tell me? It tells me my chill duration is 2.8 seconds. Like, what the hell is that? So the tooltips, they're not reliable right now, right? Like, just because something says it works some way, like say Rising Tempest, doesn't necessarily mean it does right now. Like, we can just see Rising Tempest works with lightning arrow, right? So I thought that coursing currents was working with Herald of Thunder, and I thought Herald of Thunder was causing shocks with coursing current, but that is not what's happening. What is happening is lightning arrow is proliferating the Herald of Thunder because of spreading shocks. So the lightning arrow will hit a target. It will probably kill the target instantly, or the Herald of Thunder proc will kill it. And assuming the lightning arrow kills it instantly, it won't get shocked. It won't give you Herald stacks. And killing the target that isn't shocked, killing a target that isn't shocked with the Herald doesn't give you stacks. But when it does score a shock through lightning arrow, basically the first target hit in a stack of enemies then has spreading shocks spread to the other enemies in the pack, which continually rolls through the pack, resetting the number of Herald of Thunder procs you have, causing the proliferation where it just tears through the entire screen. And I thought coursing current was contributing to that on Herald of Thunder. I was wrong. It is just spreading shocks with lightning arrow that's doing that. So all you need is spreading shocks to get proliferations with your Herald of Thunder. I thought you needed coursing, but you do not. And because that is not the case, I switched my Herald of Thunder to Elemental Focus, which was something that was suggested because it doesn't shock anyways. It's just 25% more elemental damage straight up. And I actually made a note of all of this down in the change log on the Mobalytics page. I actually made pretty good use of the Mobalytics change log page, which I wish was a little bit more visible. It's all the way at the bottom, but it is down there. I say, hey, I messed up. Turns out, can't shock with it. Do Elemental Focus instead. There's also just really good news because it's like, oh, hey, 325% more damage on Herald. And I'm still proliferating through packs of enemies with just Lightning Arrow and Herald of Thunder. I'm so hyped for Monster Hunter Wilds. I am thinking about trying Monster Hunter Wilds now that I've made my channel a little bit more
Storming arrow.
variety in nature. We're not just like covering a singular game anymore. Kind of want to give Monster Hunter a shot because I've never played any Monster Hunters before. I think it would be fun. And me being new, that's the perfect situation for me to like write guides. Once I better understand the game from that new player perspective and like that thoroughness of explanation that like, you know, veteran players probably have a harder time with because they're a little bit out of touch with what being a newer player feels like, or the kind of information that a new player is actually privy to getting into something. So it'll kind of be the same vibe as with the Path of Exile guides. Not to say that I was like entirely new to Path of Exile, it's just
nice.
I am definitely not a veteran of the series really. I played one league to its completion, played all content one time, and that was it.
Out of mana.
But it's not like I played it for 10 years, 12 years. So I had a pretty good grasp of what I was doing, but I definitely was no expert getting into this.
Out of mana.
Love Monster Hunter. I imagine I'll love Monster Hunter. Like, I've always thought about getting into Monster Hunter. It's just, from a non-content creator perspective, what always ended up happening was my friends would get into Monster Hunter, they'd play it for a couple weeks, and then they'd drop it. They'd wait for the next Monster Hunter to come out. And at the time, I was not in a financial situation where I wanted to, like, give up $60 to play a game for just a couple weeks, basically. So I never got into it. Thank you so much. Super informative, well explained. I will absolutely check out the changelog section of the page. We try Monster Hunter. Don't be put off by the clunkiness of it. It feels really weird at first, but man, as they have payoffs. I played Dauntless, so I'm kind of familiar with like what you're talking about.
I'm out of mana. Charged arrow.
Like the weightiness of the movement and the combat.
No mana.
This was also something pretty cool that happened today. At least temporarily, my written guide, my written version of my breach guide, based on the video I put out a couple weeks ago, is currently being featured on Mobalytics in their guide section. Until their content team writes up one in-house. So I thought that was pretty dope. I had like offered it to them to put up there in the meantime, and they were like, "Yeah, we'll do that." Your extra arrow is insane. No, not really. It would definitely destroy your DPS using a Death Heart. 100% it would destroy your DPS. Missed out on cheap build guides? What do you mean cheap build guides? Like my Deadeye build is definitely budgetable. Of course, I played through the campaign with it. It was my first character. So I generated all of my currency with it.
Take this.
Vibrations, I can get the first couple passes, only had 90 splinters after 100 nodes of mapping. Yeah. Getting some points invested into Breach definitely multiplies the benefits you get out of it. It's kind of the same with all of the endgame mechanics, to be honest. Pretty much all of them have really good reasons to buy your way into them initially to snowball how much they're doing for you. Assuming the character like has the power to beat the bosses, of course, but yeah. And I'm identifying a jewel, identifying a glove. Ooh. Oh, that's really depressing. I think you should maybe divine this one because it could only make it better, right? Well, I guess Val divines it anyway. Oh, this one's a travesty too. This thing's disgusting. Wait, what is this from? For the gloves. Wait, what? Oh, to divine it. No, if you val it and it rolls. Well, I guess yeah, you'd probably. It's gonna divine it anyways if it rolls stats, but I guess like yeah, it's probably good to at least divine this off of 15/15. That is better. That is not garbage now. Reduced stats requirement badge. What did this do? I don't know what I just did to your jewel, but it seems either really cool or really terrible, and I'm not sure where. Not sure which. Rich get richer, it's easier to buy your way in. Yeah, basically. It's always cheaper to just buy your way in. as far as like time. At least initially. It's not the case at the beginning of the league, though. I mean, the beginning of the league, if you want to get into farming Breach hardcore, you're going to have to just farm the Breach stones, really.
An easy trophy.
Congrats on the feature, man. I mean, cosplay content myself. I need to find a new character to work on. That's really fun. Can't get my Herald of Thunder to pop off like that. I think it just kind of starts happening after a while, to be honest. Kind of the same thing as the... Oh, you know what it could be, actually? Part of what makes my Herald of Thunder so reliable and ridiculous is the fact that it's max quality and it is level 20. Level 20 plus 1 from Lightning Mastery gives it a total of 6 procs per activation, like in between each attack. So it's got 6 individual instances of hits to find another shocked enemy with the lightning arrow. Before it needs more charges, makes it very reliable. That could be part of it. Helldivers Part 2 get canceled?
Yes. Time. is
There wasn't gonna be more Helldivers after the last stream. But the next Helldiver stream, whenever it happens, will be 2 hours longer. Is kind of what I meant. Yeah, next time we do Helldivers, it'll be 2 hours longer. I'll just carry over the 2 hours from before. Likely whenever the new Warbond comes out at the end of the month.
Barely broke a sweat. What luck?
Can you show your bow? Yeah, sure.
It is 410 DPS, 417 DPS. It could be announced tomorrow, right? Because they do shit on Tuesdays. It could be announced tonight. Could be announced in 9 hours. That's when they normally do announcements.
No mercy.
Yeah, I'll play other classes before full release. Although I was actually thinking about doing some different Deadeye builds before we call it quits on Deadeye. Like, I was thinking about doing a spiral volley snipe setup to see how that feels. I want to play... What else did I want to play? Something else. I was thinking about playing a Flicker build, because Flicker Strike's really fun.
Don't mind if I do.
I was considering playing... I kind of want to do the Hammer of the Gods Chronomancer thing, because it's really memey. Yeah, the thing that I'm most keen on at this very moment is looking into Spiral Volley Snipe. I'm playing with Frenzy Charges.
Quick and lethal.
Strong enough for Trials of Chaos with totems? Nice. Winions. Wonder how many watts your ranger supplies? All of them. I could power Tony Stark's Iron Man suit. Ow, I got hit. Yeah, someone asked me about my evasion earlier as well. I kind of forgot about that. Evasion is 80% with full buffs and acro, 74% if Tailwind falls off. Cooked if Wind Dancer falls off, but that's inescapable. That's always like that. That's why it's important to not get meleeed and lose your Wind Dancer. You lose your Wind Dancer, you are 1 foot in the
Don't mind
grave.
if I do.
Until it comes back.
Storming arrow.
Yeah, Snipe is the charging arrow. That deals a guaranteed critical hit if you time it right. Pulling your build, but I'm coming walled at the moment on LA DPS. Is there like a hump around 20k, level 90? Same passive tree. Around 20k, level 90, same passive tree. If you want, Coco, whenever folks need some help getting their DPS up, you can always dump your kit into my Build Theory Craft channel in my Discord. You just need to accept the rules in my Discord, go to role assignment, and pick up the PoE role so you can see the channel. And yeah, if you want to dump your gear into the Build Theory Craft section, me and like all the other Deadeye people that have been stacking up in my Discord can take a look and try to help you make a breakthrough and like where to go with your gear to keep scaling. And that goes for anybody. If anybody wants me to take a look at their gear like after stream, you can just go ahead and dump it there and ping me, and I will take a look here in a little bit after we're done for the night. Yeah, we've been doing a lot of that. We also do some in trading. Because like a lot of us are just running the LA Deadeye, right? So like, you know, someone gets an upgrade, they throw it in our trade channel, like, hey, anyone need this? My hand-me-down, right? Like, it's actually pretty epic. It's like over 100 of us in there now. Just a stack of Deadeye enjoyers.
Go on.
240%. Oh. That seems good, but I think they kind of cooked the builds that use Widow Hail, right? Build around the ice quiver waiting to be found. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm probably going to do like a different Deadeye build next, just because it's what I have a lot of experience with.
Until next time.
And it would be a little bit easier to have some expertise when it comes to talking about a build guide for it. I would still play from the beginning, though. Something I want to do every time I make a new build guide is I don't want to make a build guide that's just like, hey, here's an endgame build guide to this. I want to play it through the campaign without using like really good uniques and things. Without using my currency, like my pre-existing currency. Basically, I'm going to be playing kind of like SSF, but not quite SSF. Like, if I get currency on the character, I will spend that currency on the character. But I'm not going to use all of the stuff I have here in my currency tab to Giga Boost the character through the campaign. I want to experience the campaign with the build so that I can properly critique it and weigh in on what a starter version of that build looks like. So that in future leagues, if people play that build, it'll actually potentially be useful to them. Although, you know, there's probably going to be a ton of changes before the next league. Anyway, I still just want to do that, to be thorough about it. Those runes from the Shikamos probably misspelled it trial. Runes? No, these are from Chaos Temple. But kind of the same, but different, right? No reason you could use evasion, yes. 2k plus 400 cost divs. Leveling guides have been done, but no harm repeating it. It just depends. Like, it depends on what I play next. But I always want to do a leveling version of everything I do. Ideally. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, I don't think the majority of people want to play something different through the entire campaign to respec at endgame. If it doesn't feel like complete ass, I think most people would prefer to play the build that they intend to play at endgame from the beginning of the game, because that's just what they enjoy. So if at all possible, I would like to make a leveling guide for that build that I'm playing, right? I already identified it. This one's 1617. You want me to divine this or no?
Am I convinced that straight evasion with acro is better than evasion ES hybrid? For this build, yes. For Deadeyes, yes. For monks, of course not. But for Deadeyes, absolutely. There's no question about it in my mind. Nothing changed. You want me to just val it? Just end it? This thing seems kind of cursed. Okay, alright. Oh my god. It went down! Dude, we gotta just send it on these gloves. These are bad. These are terrible. Abort mission. These are the worst hands of wisdom in action known to man. Yeah, exactly. I agree. No, dude. Stop. Not worth it. These gloves are cooked, bro. No. You can't. Wait a second. Okay, I'm waiting. Yeah, the reason I feel evasion is better is there's incredible opportunity cost involved in getting passive nodes that are good for ES and hybrid that won't exist if you just go straight evasion and just say, you know what, sometimes I'm just gonna get one shot and that's okay. Because the thing is, even if you go ES hybrid, you're not... Okay, so what's the plan here? What do you want me to do to these gloves? Do you want me to double corrupt them? Because if we're double corrupting and they re-roll the stats, it's going to divine it first anyways. Because that's just like what Val does. Alright, I will divine it. That made them so much better. Alright, they're 22-24. Do you still want it Omen of Corruption? Or do you just want it Valed? They're not terrible anymore. Send it. It looks like a nothing happened and a double happened. That's it. Yeah, pretty big L. I'm sorry, buddy. Yeah, it is what it is. All right. What? You got a lot of work ahead of you. This is going to be annoying to sell. Do I use a time loss jewel? Yeah, I use a time loss diamond. I use it against the darkness here. And I have reorganized my tree to facilitate it. This is something that is not reflected on the mobilytics, and that's because this is like a this cost me 16 divines, and this jewel is worth like 26, 28 divines now. Because they made it searchable on the trade site now, whereas before it was very hard to search for. I got it before it was easy to search for. Now that it's easy, it's gone up in price quite a bit. You should get rid of it. Gimme. It's cursed. Let's go gambling. Yeah, there's a lot of gambling. No, it's not me with the wings.
Fury.
Kind of surprised that warriors are going pure armor instead of ES hybrid. I don't actually know what warriors are doing anymore. I would hope that they're not going full armor, although they did just make armor a little bit better. I still feel like it's probably cooked. Did we roll the 10? I am seeing a lot of breaches. We might have rolled the 2%. Also, my game is running really, really bad. Well, it's not even really the game's running bad. It's like this weird...
Quick and lethal.
I don't know. It's like ping, almost, feels like. Like the sound's not working properly.
I don't have enough mana.
Warriors are rerolling. Savannah always cooks my computer. Yeah, I have weird issues with Savannah as well. Notice.
Take this! An easy trophy. Out of mana. No mana. I need more mana.
Dude, those enemies were T-posing at me. That was terrifying. Should I upgrade Whisper of the Brotherhood before I corrupt it? I mean, anything that you're planning to corrupt where it might be worth something more after corrupting, you should probably always quality it first. Anything worth doing is worth doing right after all. And it really sucks whenever you like hit something with a corrupt and then you just neglected to like socket or quality or something. And then the item's permanently scuffed and you have to sell it for a much lower price than you could have.
have enough mana.
I did see one really fun warrior
Now
build
this should
though.
come in handy.
My buddy Luffy like linked me a short of somebody doing a magma parry against Zesh T4, and it just hits him for 22 million damage and then burns him for the other 10 million. Kills him in a single parry. Looked super satisfying to do. 100%, that's some like giga juiced, giga cooked late game build that you don't level with, but man, does it look funny to do. Zesh. Does that one short feels like it made it all worth it for him. Words cannot express how much I hate burning ground plus doing breach.
Barely broke a sweat. I'm out of mana.
Other Widow Hell.
What luck.
Yeah, if I played a warrior, I'd 100% want to incorporate that into the character because that just looked so fun.
Barely broke a sweat.
Or I just want to figure out a way to like kill everything with just ice armor.
Storming arrow.
I definitely want to do
Out of
something
mana.
to the tune of when I get hit, everything dies. So that's conceptually very satisfying. The decently rewarding Savannah.
on with the work.
That Widow Hail's cursed. We don't like that Widow Hail.
Hello there.
Another democratic soldier for the cause!
Thank you for the follow, cry baby. Yeah, max tier thorns on all. Crown of the Pale King, max tier thorns. Just something like that. Let's go gambling. We'll do one more. We'll do one more gambling session. Yeah, 157x for a div. It is getting very out of hand. Disgustingly so. Do you have your defenses set up? I have acrobatics, 2300 life, and 80% evasion
I'm out of mana.
with my average buffs. That's pretty much my defensives at the moment. Thank you. He was selling a bunch of breach rings for me. Vote for Doriani. Doriani would have given us cheap eggs. True. Wait, subtract one, subtract one. I had my divs in my inventory. Hold on. I griefed. My bad. When you said clear your inventory, you meant clear your inventory. I have 5 chance orbs. Oh my god. I didn't know I needed to store them. Okay. Second. I didn't know you have more. Right, I will count the belts. $49 because I used 5 of mine. Headhunters. You can get headhunters. Gotta go lead a raid. Good luck, Adam. He takes 15% for himself. I think he just did it without a fee. But if he wanted to take a fee from selling stuff for me, he totally could. I would be down for that. We are gambaing. We are doing big gamba. We are headhunting a headhunter at the moment. I guess. It's been a pretty profitable day. I was kind of broke at the start of today. All right. That is, yeah, I figured you didn't take a cut from the rings. Like, if you wanted to, you could. All right, here we go. This is 49 Orbs of Chance versus Heavy Belts. Technically 54, because I already did 5. And it's gone. Kids don't gamble. Yeah. Brother, I'm going to be honest. I don't think I am the streamer you want doing your gambas. I do not think my streamer luck applies to others. Pretty sure it is solely for me and me alone. For fun of it, man. Yeah, I know. But I think my luck is cooked, though. I feel like that probably should have worked. Hey there, Anubinoris. Too late. I already stole Mom's credit card. Ah, shit.
Thunderous shot.
Oh, that thing didn't die instantly.
Quick and lethal. No mana.
Oh, ritual precursors. Those are pretty hard to come by.
Don't mind if I do.
And really annoying to buy because everyone price fixes them up all the way to like 50x. And they start price fixing all the way down at like 1x, 10x. You just have to like either just set your initial price to 50x or higher to start seeing real offers, or you have to scroll really far, and it's just the most obnoxious thing to price fix on the planet. This game makes no sense to my brain. Hey, enemy. It makes all the sense to the brain. That's the point of it. Look how much sense this makes. It's an incredible amount of sense that was just made. All right, we're out of here.
Speed. Dying is not on our side.
Burning Ground, my favorite. All right, we will do one more unboxing.
Love the cape on your character. Is that a skin or your armor? It is a armor attachment. It's from one of the supporter packs.
I think it's the $60 pack. I also really love the cape. I love the cape so much that I haven't changed off the cape to the more expensive things that I got. Because I just prefer the cape. Alright. This is tragic. Okay, that was a pretty good take then. The very small ring, I feel like, kills it. Valid to make it better. I vowed it to make it the same. Best of luck. I hope you like the same. Valid to make it better. Did you say valid to make it exactly the same?
What is it?
This is terrible, but like, I guess I'll play a mirror. I keep coping that mirrors aren't completely worthless, but the reality is mirrors are indeed the most worthless activity in the entirety of the game. and there's just no getting around it. I had someone ask after... someone asked after the Delirium guide, hey, why do I get no splinters? Why do I get no splinters? I only get like 6 every time I complete a mirror, and I'm like, well, there's your problem. You see, you're playing mirrors instead of just instilling your maps with Delirium.
The unrighteous will
Fury.
return to ash.
An easy trophy. Don't mind if I do.
Like, even with all of that, I definitely got less than if I would have just played this map normally. What you mean by mirror? I mean the mirror, like the Delirium mirror mechanic. Like, when you have it actually on the map, you can, instead of playing it, just choose to instill your maps with Delirium, because you can't do both. You can't have a map that's delirious and play the mirror mechanic. It gets canceled out. So the mirrors are just basically pointless. You very rarely get any emotion that's actually worth anything, and then you end up getting less splinters than if you would just run the map with Delirium. Not to mention, running the map with Delirium also has some extra side bonus to it, right? Like, more pack size, more magic monsters, something like that, that you don't get whenever you run the mirror. They need to buff the mirrors pretty bad. Or just make it more common to get good emotions out of it.
Out of mana. I need more mana.
There's a lot of corpses up here. And a lot more corpses up here now. I like how the game's falling to pieces and all the enemies are starting to just T-pose at me. Pretty amusing.
This will come in handy.
The cleanup for this is gonna be legendary. Holy shit. The corpses are randomly standing up and T-posing. This game's falling to pieces. The audio's completely cooked on my lightning arrow. What is happening?
Barely broke a sweat. Fury!
Another democratic soldier for the cause!
Oh, God. I think it wants to crash. I think it really, really, really would prefer to crash. Big enough they could just throw 4 more mount bosses in there for a battle royale. Probably. Didn't know you could get emotions from instilled waystones. Triple and usually just give more splinters. You can get emotions from instilled waystones. No, you can't get emotions from instilled waystones. But like, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, it's not worth doing mirrors for emotions compared to just buying emotions to instill your waystone and just farming way more splinters. You have your build on max roll or something? I've been watching and it looks amazing. I have my build on Mobalytics here. Let me get it for you. It's not currently... My Nightbot on Twitch doesn't send you to the right build currently. Here you go.
Speak.
And the reason I am doing my build guides on Mobalytics instead of max roll is because I am currently a partner with Mobalytics, and there is no exclusivity there. Like, I am allowed to put my builds anywhere I want. It's just, you know, I kind of feel a bit attached to Mobalytics considering they're willing to prop me up and like put me on their platform as a creator. So I kind of just naturally prefer to that is a nice one. Yeah, I just kind of naturally prefer as a result of that to put my content on their platform. That's really the only reason. Once POB isn't cooked, I'll be putting my builds on POB as well. Probably tested tomorrow. Awesome. Best of luck. Been following your guides from the very first one. By far my favorite PoE content creator. I never played PoE once. I needed lots of help. I think I saw your comments.
'This. 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 'This.
Were you leaving comments on like my defense guide, and then I think again on, I want to say, the breach guide? There are some really nice comments. Yeah, thank you. That's very nice of you to say. Appreciate it. Glad my guides have been helping you out. Just got the end game. Gotcha.
I need
Uh-oh.
mana.
My flask is empty for some reason. Getting a lot of greater jeweler orbs. The third one. Not particularly helpful. I was waiting for the ritual one. Ritual one is being made. It's actually my current project right now. I was working on it before stream. Currently in the editing process. The audio is done. Well, the script was done. The audio was recorded. The audio was edited. We're now like to the point where I'm putting it all together as a video. So I'm hoping to get the ritual guide out hopefully tomorrow morning, if not tomorrow afternoon, is what I'm shooting for. The ritual guide is coming soon. And then after that will be expedition guide. And then after that, I'm not really sure. Maybe we'll like do some currency farming strategies kind of video. Like some good currency farming strategies for people that don't want to stick like 1,000,000 points of rarity into their gear. Because I know there's probably a pretty decent classification of PoE2 player that feels like they're just cooked if they don't put a lot of rarity into their gear. Like they're never going to be able to like get ahead and play the game at a high level without rarity. But like there are so many good ways to make currency without rarity. I think it'd be fun to like shine a light on some of those. Want this bow. I don't know. I'm unsure how that one would compare to mine, to be honest. I feel like mine... No, that one's got a... I don't know. Yeah, I mean, we can see. Possibly. I quite like my bow. We'd have to check.
Fury.
I know mine's about 410, so they're probably pretty damn close. Oops, that was wrong character. Any other classes or builds have caught your interest? I was thinking about playing Spiral Volley Snipe. I was thinking about maybe doing Ice Shot. I was thinking about eventually doing a Witch or Sorceress build. Maybe even just doing Chronomancer, Hammer of the Gods, because I think that would be really memey. I've kind of wanted to do that one since the beginning of the league, since before the game came out. Hammer of the Gods Chronomancer sounded really funny.
Thunderous shot.
But as far as like what build I could probably do content on and potentially have something to say of value, I was thinking about just taking a crack at Spiral Valley Snipe to see if I could find a way to like budget that build appropriately to make it useful to people. Yes, the time. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate the support. Looking at some kind of mercenary with Exile for my next character. I want to play a mercenary build, but I think the mercenary builds I want to play would be like sword merc builds, or if crossbow gets a buff. Because I think they will probably buff crossbow mercenary. It seems a bit underutilized at the moment compared to what they are probably envisioning.
Don't mind if I do.
Can use some currency making guides for sure. I'm level 79 Deadeye. My Lightning Arrow DPS is only 21k. How to improve it? I think I have a good bow and quiver, and also Howa. If you want me to take a thorough look at your stuff, Ray, if you join my community Discord, that's linked in the description of the video. Then just, read the rules, accept the rules, grab the PoE role from role assignment. You can dump your gear under the PoE channel under build theory craft. I can take a look at all of your items there, and I will look through and recommend you ways that you could upgrade or what you should focus on to get more out of your character. I pretty much offer to do that for pretty much anybody that's trying to get more out of the character, more out of their build, or what they should focus on. Items for 1x in trade. Seems kind of fun. I saw a Pathfinder Ranger using a crossbow with rapid fire and some other things that basically just turned it into a machine gun. That sounds pretty fun. Wait, how is that even posted? That shouldn't even be posted. How do you get no lag with Orb of Storms and Lightning Rod? That's my secret. I kind of don't. There's always a tinge of what the hell is happening that the game just kind of combusts for a split second upon first contact with the boss, and then it kind of evens out. But yeah, this build really puts some strain on the game. And no amount of hardware in the world can really overcome some of the shit that we do to this game with this build. It's pretty fun, actually. It's one of the things I kind of like about it is how heavy this build is on the game. It feels like whatever we're doing to the game, the amount of calculations that it has to run, it's like, what the hell did you just do? And it just breaks for a moment, and I kind of I feel like that's kind of satisfying to do that to the game, Oh, this is 100% Delirious. This has 2 isolations instilled into it.
That's kind of fun. How can we make that worse? Brings it up to 112. That's fine. So this was something that the hard numbers kind of got revealed to me by POB. When a map is 100% delirious, you deal... Basically, the enemies take only 20% damage and deal 30% more. Which is kind of nuts. Oh yeah, my bow's stronger. Bow shower. Thank you though. Oof, and maximum life is energy shield. This was a tough one. Yeah, it was a 3-socket bow. It's corrupted. The corruption gave it a 3rd socket. This... Oh man, this is going to be actually difficult. Surely this will actually be hard. I'm going to be dealing 20% of my damage against a level 81 map. No, not 20% less. You deal 20... Like, the enemy only takes 20% damage. And they deal 30% more. So they take a total of 20% damage. And they deal 130% whenever you're playing 100% Delirium. Okay, well, we still do, like, plenty of damage anyways.
What luck? An easy trophy.
He still gets cooked pretty fast for that being 20% of my damage.
Stay light, stay alive.
Go on. Until next time.
Level 90 content win.
Fury!
You know what just occurred to me in regards to the whole Delirium making the map significantly harder? Even when Elon was playing that map and saying this is the hardest difficulty, I don't know how to make, if there is a harder difficulty, I don't know about it or something. He wasn't playing a Delirious map even.
Barely broke a sweat.
So even in the context of like pretending that Pinnacle encounters wouldn't be harder than rudimentary farming, he wasn't playing like a juiced up Delirium map even. It was just like a T16 map.
That's quite nice.
T16 map with 5 thingies. But no Delirium. Like, doing maps like these definitely feels like I'm straining the capability of the character. Like, I feel like I could die.
No mana.
Pretty easy. If I relax too much.
Barely broke a sweat. Storm point. I need more mana.
Why am I T-posing?
Don't mind if I do.
How come some players have 4 sockets on armor and even 5 sockets on it, which is shocking? There's just an armor that has that many sockets. It's unique. Drops from Arbiter. There's also a... What is it? There is a shield like that as well.
Caged for 1,000 years. Must have been quite the betrayal.
But normal stuff only goes up to 3 sockets on 3 sockets on body armor or weapon potentially from a corruption.
Out of mana. An easy trophy. That's quite nice. That would only slow me down. No mana. Got no pack space for that.
Doesn't make some class 1x each. That's fun.
Speak. Until next time.
Oh wow, got a greater essence. They do exist. Crazy. I wanna save most of this stuff to like bank at the end to see what the profit was from that map. And people are really messaging me for this Widow Hill. Need to like put it somewhere where they can't see it. Each item individual. It doesn't even have a price on it. That's crazy that people are finding it. Yeah, they want my bow.
Storming arrow.
Pretty cool bow. I can see why. Extra arrow. Widow Hill.
Too weak, too slow.
After I'm done with this map, I will help you out.
That's quite nice.
What's crazy is running a map like this with 100% Delirium, if you like actually paid the costs through the distilled emotion instead of getting it for free as a draw, is like 5 divine orbs just to run this map.
with this amount of Delirium. Definitely not at all worth it, but whenever you get it for free from your Delirium perks, it's awesome.
Barely broke a sweat. Fury.
I did not mean to do that. That's not good. The invasion. Yeah, I accidentally popped both at the same time. It's hard to tell what was going on.
That's quite nice.
The world unfiltered is a scary place. It's just kind of nuts that that's her taking 20% damage, and it's still just a buzzsaw. They nerf every build that can do it. The builds that they nerf primarily are ones that don't require gameplay.
Don't mind if I do.
The less gameplay someone's build has, the more likely it's going to be nerfed.
Fury.
But the more like combos and buttons your build has, the less likely it'll be nerfed.
Would I recommend the Jewel for plus 3 levels in Lightning Rod? Do you mean running Adorned and then doing, like, a whole bunch of Quiver effects? No. I would not. The problem with overstacking skill levels with this build is you are unfortunately also leveling up the Ball Lightning, which costs shitloads of mana, and eventually you break what the Thief's Torment is capable of sustaining. And that happens around, like, level 28 to level 31, somewhere in that range. It just becomes too much for it to ever possibly keep up. And you just go on bosses and you lose all your DPS. And the scary thing about it is when you're flying too close to the sun, pushing those boundaries of how many levels you're allowed to have, it's always coming with a really, really big price tag to find out. Which is why I don't recommend that kind of stuff to anybody. Unless they have the kind of cash where they're willing to find out and then potentially need to, you know, sell it off or be disappointed with the result. So yeah. Alright, that's just really messed up. Like, I can't see anything in that hallway. The angle. Couldn't even tell I could go that direction at first. Alright, map complete. There's one monster left. We can't have possibly taken anything else out of this place. What was the takeaway?
Speak.
I got a Divine Orb, 15x, 108 Splinters, Chance Orb. Pretty good map. 51 Splinters. Probably more Splinters, but I really didn't want to bother picking them all up. That's a hassle and a half at this point for like a fifth of an Exalt, whenever the Exalts aren't even worth anything anymore. Alright. The last monster is us. It probably is. It probably is. Alright, what are we doing this time? Alright. Big Gamba, Hands of Wisdom in action. That does not seem good. But at least they didn't get worse. We can always appreciate when they at least just don't get worse.
Hey.
Okay, that was pretty much guaranteed to just be the scariest map in my stash. Oh, hey, there's another Citadel over there. I guess there's not really much else to do other than head for the Citadel. Might as well. I don't think I've really left myself much else to do around here. to start traversing.
Another democratic soldier for the cause.
Prism of Belief. Prism of Belief. I'm actually just probably not familiar with Prism of Belief. The unique jewels have become a lot more talked about now that they're like more easily searched for. Ah, okay, I see. Yeah, level to lightning rod. I mean, it's probably good. I don't know how good, but it's probably pretty damn good. Probably very, very good. Yeah, I mean, what's like an easy way we could check? This doesn't really add. No, it adds Wildstorm. Never mind. Yeah, I'm not sure how much damage it would give you though, because like I've never tried it, and it's a pretty expensive buy, so I would be sure of it before doing it. Maybe figure out a way to do a controlled test. Like, for example, an amulet that just has nothing else on it but 2 projectile levels or 1 projectile level, and just see how that, like, take that off, put it on, and see how that impacts your damage, and then triple it. That would probably be a good way to test if this is worth it or not. But yeah, I don't have any experience on it. It's probably good. I don't know if it's 16 divs good, though. Oh, wait, I do not want to run that one. That one has accuracy. Oh, damn. Someone asked me a question earlier, and I didn't answer it. They asked me, are there any map modifiers I avoid? And the answer is yes. The map modifiers I don't play, if I can help it. I do not play monsters have 50% increased accuracy. And I do not play monsters have 98% increased ailment threshold. Because they make the build... Ailment threshold makes the build a lot less consistent with what I expect whenever it comes to shock rate and ball lightning procs. And that can sometimes make things feel uncomfortable. And I don't run bonus accuracy because the only really good defensive layer my build has is evasion. And if the enemies are cutting through that evasion, we're cooked. So I avoid these two above all else. And whenever you are low chaos resistance, which is like the majority of folks playing this build, because it's very hard to stack the chaos resistance with the amount of unique slots we have. When your chaos resistance is low, which mine really isn't anymore, I'm up to 65%, but I played the majority of the game like 21, 32%. Avoid enemies deal X% additional damage as chaos damage. You don't want that on your maps either. Just bad time waiting to happen. So those are the 3 I avoid.
Storming arrow.
Back to dealing normal damage.
What luck.
Breach should be defend the breach from incursion. Rituals should be bigger arena every time. Delirium should get darker and darker the more fog you go through. I don't think these mechanics are likely to ever really change much because they're just like basically how they were in the first game. Those are interesting ideas.
You do simulacrum with that build? Well. Yes. Yes, I can. Took off Herald Device, moved stuff in my tree around. My DPS went from 25k to 60k, so thanks for the guide and teaching me how to build something. Holy shit. Yeah, no problem, man. Best of luck. Right, YouTube, you didn't see? Oh, I just answered that. I just saw it. See? No, YouTube's like a minute or two behind. It's not that I didn't see it. But yeah, you can do simulacrum. It's hard.
Storm point.
Like, you have to lock in, pay attention. But I feel like that's like that for most builds. Simulacrum's pretty difficult content.
Too weak, too slow.
Yeah, I think I answered right when you swapped. Hold on, let me get you the updated version of that. I have it pinned on YouTube, but my Nightbot is currently linking to the old version. This is the new version. See that so far? Yeah, they're rough. Like, simulacrum is tough. I think I died on my first simulacrum before they made the... Well, I did all my simulacrums before they nerfed it. But the first simulacrum I ever did, I failed on, I think, level wave 12. And then I didn't touch it for a while. The next time I came at it, I beat all 3 of the first simulacrums, and then I got to the 4th. I died on the 15th floor. I got one shot. I actually put it in the Delirium video when it happened. But then I got it on the next try. Yeah, they're tough. I haven't played them since they nerfed them a bit, and also made it so the Delirium demons don't have the invulnerability. But I imagine even with those nerfs, they're still pretty tough. It's a very claustrophobic fight. Very uncomfortable to play.
An easy trophy. Now this will come in handy.
Perfect dueler is this run, so not bad at all. Yeah, can't complain too much then. That's pretty nice, yeah. Could have been worse. At least you got your money back and then some. Awesome. Plus 50% res buff, it starts to get spicy.
Fury.
I just get worried anytime I'm playing Simulacrum and I see that the enemy has bonus accuracy. As soon as they have bonus accuracy, I am worried. I am Nars. Thank you for the prime, man. Appreciate the support.
Barely broke a sweat.
Well, this was just a traversal map with absolutely no modifiers on it. And we got 50 simulacrum splinters, so that's pretty chill. When Path of Elding lets us just import characters, you're going to be posting that anywhere for your personal build so people can use it in comparison, see what they have and whatnot. I will use Path of Building as soon as it's like more functional than it is right now. Path of Building currently does not support a lot of faculties about this build, like meta gems and the magnitude of shock being like calculated really poorly. But once POB is like in working order, I will be using it. Yes, I will have that available. What's the cost of the build? I have in my build guide video, I go over different price points for the build. So I go over, at the time of recording, I go over the best in slot items and what it costs to get best in slot items, which is completely unrealistic, but it's like the absolute best, what you can shoot for, what you can strive to achieve, but what no one ever actually will. And then I go over what I currently had at the time of recording the video and all of the footage was shot with, or weaker. Like, obviously, you know, some of the stuff, some of the footage, some of the bosses, I was weaker than what I was at the point of recording the video. But I go over what all that gear costs, what I was using at that time, and then that basically gives you an idea of, okay, if I have this kind of gear, this is what the build's going to perform like. And then I go over the budget items, like what you can get on a budget, and how like you'll basically get very similar results to what I get, but it's only going to cost you like, I don't know, less than 10 divine orbs total to like put it all together. And when I say less than 10 divine orbs, I'm talking about this is a gear set that can do all of the content in the game. A gear set that's going to be able to kill all of the pinnacle bosses, is going to be able to do TAT mapping, etc. So, obviously, you throw less at the build than that. Maybe you won't be able to do pinnacles. You'll probably still be able to do T50 mapping just fine. I played this build the entire way through campaign. It was my very first character. I played it through campaign. I played it through Ascendancy, played it through all tier 4 pinnacles, and the progression was very smooth the entire way. You know, the more currency I put into it, the more performance I got out of it. And I would say, as far as build performance, it is on the lower end of cost to performance ratio. Like, you will get good performance out of the currency you put into it. Very good mileage, if you will. Currently playing Deadeye level 94, Ice Shot, Dual Herald, Grimface, Blink, and I can't do Simulacrum for mapping. It's nice, but no evasion. What is this map? I don't know it. Honestly, I didn't know that map either. This is the first time I've ever seen that. I think it's a new one that spawns where Ravine used to. Like, there's a different map that can spawn instead of just Ravine. Bush rituals were more like in the campaign. The bigger arena makes them more interesting. And then if you have inverted breach inside it, it might make sense if they have rituals in Act 1 to 3 then. Yeah, I feel like Ritual and Simulacrum feel a little bit too similar. Simulacrum is just so claustrophobic, and then Ritual is also just super claustrophobic, but that's just kind of how the mechanics are. I know Herald of Ice doesn't... I've heard this, but I haven't confirmed it. Doesn't Herald of Ice struggle with Simulacrum because they don't make corpses? So there's nothing to blow up? That was just something I've heard. I didn't confirm it was working that way, but I did also hear a lot of other content creators were complaining that Simulacrum was too hard. And if there was a correlation there where they were just running Herald of Ice and not able to activate their Herald of Ice, then that would make total sense. But yeah, didn't really look into it. There's no shatter. People don't notice because the maps are so... It's sound. and it wasn't popping off. Yeah,
Storm point.
that's kind of another benefit to just being full lightning is your herald does proc, and all of your other damage works whenever you're playing simulacrums.
Quick and lethal. Now this will come in handy. Fury.
Right this moment, I have 80% evasion with acrobatics. The point that I recommend people running acrobatics is whenever they can have 70% evasion with no tailwind stacks. That's about the point where I tell people that they should pick up acro. With acro, of course. Like, you have acro, you have 70% evasion with no tailwind, it'll feel pretty good. Anything below that, I feel like it starts to feel pretty bad. Like you kind of nerfed your defenses a bit initially.
I need more mana.
Yeah, the point where the growing pains are probably the worst are early endgame. And that's why in my mobalytics page on my starter section, it's like hybrid ES. Hybrid ES evasion, because I feel like that is an easier transition.
What luck.
Before you have the ability to do acro full evasion. Probably a little bit more normalized, less spiky with the damage and one-shotting. Like early endgame is basically where we're defensively the weakest.
Barely broke a sweat. I need more mana.
Your evasion will probably be something like 91% fully buffed. And then when you take acro, it's going to drop to 70% without tailwind, just about. I think that's about where I was. Whenever I made the swap, was my normal evasion was about 92% without acrobat. And I believe that was with buffs, but that's just like what I can recollect. I feel like evasion is quite good. And like Deadeye just probably shouldn't long-term go for ES because it's just never going to be a Stormweaver or a Monk. There's so much opportunity cost involved in trying to do full ES compared to just working with what you're given in the form of evasion. I feel like it's just never ever worth it. But I feel like hybrid ES can make the transition period before having enough evasion to run acrobatics feel smoother. It's just kind of one of those things where the grass always looks greener on the other side. Like I had a friend that I watched him switch to hybrid. Because he didn't like being one-shot with evasion. But then, like, instead of getting one-shot, he just gets stunned and, like, killed by 2-3 hits in a row because he doesn't dodge anything anymore. It's like, same shit, different day at that point. And then, of course, with hybrid, there's no way you get enough evasion to run acro, so the evasion can't protect you from anything that's an AoE or a slam. Basically does absolutely nothing. Leaving just like the kind of half-baked evasion, or the half-baked ES to protect you. Which sometimes it just won't be enough, or it might be enough, but then you get stunned and die after. How much evasion am I personally at? I have 80% evasion when fully buffed with acrobatics. There are no mobs in this breach. Like the saddest breach known to man, and I'm getting no charges back on my flask. And I will say it took a ton of investment into evasion to go from 70 to 80 with acro and full buff.
Quick and lethal.
I have a lot invested into evasion.
I need more mana.
This is not a good situation to be in. God, the negative charges for my flask effect just have the weirdest repercussions. Please kill him. All right. Fine. I will portal back and get more flask charges. Such gameplay. Much wow. What a fun map modifier. Do you use Headhunter? No. Can't really afford to. Resistances would be super cooked with that.
Fury.
If I did use the unique belt, it would probably be Ingenuity to double the Thief's Torment and try to get enough mana on hit to take the build to higher projectile levels with like Adorned and Quiver effect jewels. Because currently you can't really do that with this build. Because if you try, you're just going to run because of the projectile levels going to your cast on shock ball lightning, unfortunately. But with a good Ingenuity, you know, almost doubling the effectiveness of Thief's Torment, it might be possible. That's just rude. It's a good mod for jewels on Deadeye. Good mod. I think I have it in the build guide. There's a section on jewels on the Mobalytics page. If you want something to reference later, but just to go over it really quickly, I think this is like a good example. My preferred jewels are evasion, any damage, and when I say any damage, like they're all pretty comparable. Got some max HP rolls. I can't remember the last time I've been one shot, but I'm only just starting to look for endgame bosses. There's still potential for it to happen. Yeah, it can happen. It's just like it's pretty rare. Most of the time, you're okay. Anyway, my preference is evasion, any damage type, and when I say any damage type, it's like there's elemental damage, there's lightning damage, there's projectile damage, there's attack damage, there's like anything. Doesn't really matter. They're all pretty much the same. Damage with bows. They all scale almost exactly the same. As far as like the percentage, they're all added into the same bucket for determining your damage, so it doesn't matter which one you have. So that plus evasion, and then for the suffixes, one attack speed roll or both attack speed rolls, or you can go for attack speed plus movement speed, or you can go attack speed plus critical hit chance. Attack speed plus critical hit chance is the cheapest. Because people kind of sleep on crit. But at the end of the day, damage is damage. So, if you can get, for example, if I can get a jewel that's evasion, attack speed, damage, and critical hit chance for one div, compared to getting a evasion, damage, attack speed jewel for 5 divs, I would rather. But yeah, like a jewel like this will cost like 5-6 divs, something like that. Comparatively, you could just get a critical chance in place of one of these attack speeds, and it's gonna be like a 1 div jewel, and I think that's better. Typically. That's how all my jewels started. I didn't start with double attack speed jewels. I worked into these over the course of time through boredom, basically. And then you want to have 2 jewels in your set that are like these. I believe these are by Equipped Quiver. Yeah. So this is a very budget Equipped Quiver jewel. This didn't cost me much at all. It's just a damage roll plus Equipped Quiver and 2 throwaways. That is because between your quiver effect over here and 2 jewels with just 10% quiver effect, you hit the 100% breakpoint. That gives you an extra skill level from your quiver. It's a very significant increase in DPS. So like you can see here,
You know, this is from losing 1 skill level plus that 10% from my quiver plus that 15% projectile damage. That is a huge jump in damage from just 1 jewel. It's technically from 2 jewels, but you get what I mean. Even for 2 jewels, that's a lot of damage. So everyone should absolutely have 20% quiver effect in their jewels. Technically, you could go higher. You could go to 70%, 120%, 170% quiver effect. But the problem is you're going to keep increasing the mana cost of your ball lightning. Eventually, you're going to fly too close to the sun. It's going to stop working. It's not going to feel good anymore. You're just going to be spending too much mana. I find that just 20% is the nice sweet spot here. You don't want to abuse this stat too hard because it will bite you in the ass. And I prefer to just run the rest of my jewels as so. Like, this is an example of a really good budget jewel. This is damage, evasion, crit chance, attack speed. This probably didn't cost me more than a divine. And if you're looking for, like, actual budget jewels, not like endgame perspective budget jewel of like, oh yeah, that's just a div, right? That's kind of where I'm at now, where I call that budget, but that isn't budget in reality. What is really budget is double damage, 2 throwaways, or damage evasion, 2 throwaways. That's the kind of jewels you should be looking for on your entry level stuff. That's not going to run you more than 10x. Yeah, that's everything there is to say about jewels. What's your current skill level for lightning arrow and rod? I guess I just showed that. Yeah, just 26. 26 is currently the highest I run. High alert helps. I think gets you to 75% evasion with 2k chest. The problem with high alert is the reason I recommend 70% without tailwind is because if you lose tailwind, you don't want to be screwed. Because you will lose tailwind pretty often at only 70%. And the thing about high alert is it goes away at the same time the tailwind goes away. It goes away when you get hit. So it doesn't help in that regard. When reforging waystones, should I slam them with orb transmutation augmentation first?
Charged arrow.
No, not really. It doesn't matter if you do. It won't really have any impact
Quick and lethal.
on the outcome or anything. You show your chest piece? Sure. My chest piece is pretty crazy. I actually just replaced it with a very expensive chest. So this thing cost me 22 divine orbs. And this is how I got to 80% with acrobatics, which, mind you, is super overkill. Like, I'm in the deep end game where I'm just chucking currency at the build for fun. And yeah, I mean, this chess piece is nuts. It's got overcapped evasion compared to a perfect roll just because of the corruption at 2275. But a good chess piece that anybody should look for is like 1800, 1900 with maximum life and some resistances. It should be decently affordable for the most part. Unlike this. Can you do one simulacrum right now? I'll give you the simulacrum. I could attempt a simulacrum, sure. That is true. As long as you're at max life, you do maintain the evasion. You are likely to maintain it. I guess that's fair. Yeah, I mean, high alert. I recommend high alert as a budget anointment for good reason. It is good.
And lethal. Now this will come in handy. Storming arrow.
That's
This is a non-crit build.
Until What is it? Time is not
This is
on our
non-crit.
side.
Thieves is pretty budget friendly these days. Like you can get a bad Thief's Torment for one div. I'd say Thieves is pretty budget friendly. Like if you're endgame, you can scrounge together a divine orb for it. I mean, I was like entry level endgame, and I managed to get the 6 for it, and that was just from very slowly playing Trial of Sekhmet and then like selling service to people for the final boss. Like I would sell service to one person at a time and carry them through the trial, and I would make like 40x at a time, and I just built up enough for my first Thief's Torment back when they were still 6 divines. So I would say Thief's Torment, like a bad one for one div, very budget friendly in this day and age. In this economy, how much spirit am I at? I'm at 148. 145 is my recommended if you want to run everything, and then 130 will be enough without. You have different gems than additional fizz damage on your bow. What are they? Oh, someone pointed out in chat earlier, like that it was potentially the case where if I did attack speed instead of fizz, because my bow is so lightning damage heavy, it could actually be more DPS. And as it turns out, it was. So I learned something today, because I never thought that that would possibly be the case, but as it turns out, it is. It wasn't like a lot more damage, but it was slightly more DPS. So, pretty cool. Also, thank you for the simulacrum trying to sleep ASAP. I will run that in just a minute after I'm sure that I, Your first ever Zesh kill got you further reps? That's sick. Me too. Alright, we'll do a simulacrum. Hopefully I don't grief. You know, it's always possible. Thoughts on this with the build? I mean, there's no evasion. Needs evasion. Needs lots of evasion. You could do hybrid ES with it, or you could just do ES with it. But I wouldn't do I wouldn't do full evasion with it. It's just not enough. You could probably do some fun stuff with the amount of spirit you would have, but yeah, it'd be pretty squishy. Bow with fire and fizz good for this build. Lightning's better. Fizz lightning's better. Only sparks do that. Yeah, it makes
Remember
sense.
this ramshackle place. A second home, and yet something seems off. Does it?
That'll be fine.
You've stood against so many horrors and survived. I think
Storm
it's
point.
time for a last test your limits.
Barely broke a sweat.
It's definitely a bit less scary now that the enemies actually can be hit as soon as they spawn. That was the part that like really sucked. They would get like halfway to me before I could even engage them.
What? Plural? Multiple? Huh? Okay. Chat, clip that. Yeah, what the hell? I've never seen that.
Out of mana.
I'm sure it has to do with like the way loot is just calculated from all of the enemies at the end of the wave. So just 2 enemies drop the divine. It still looks funny though. Also, what are the odds?
Storm point.
Let yourself be drawn into the mire.
Barely broke a sweat. That would only slow me down. Take this! Don't mind if I do.
Are you trying to cleanse yourself of me?
Too weak, too slow.
can't get rid of me, Exile. I am you.
Fury! Rather not break my back.
This is by far the worst room. The most RNG. Like, if you get bad modifiers in this room, it can sometimes just, like, be over.
You do matters. The dreamland and the dreamer will pass into the next world.
Too weak, too slow. What luck? Storm point.
Do you not wonder what tugs at the strings of fate? What satisfied the abyss and beckons you to fall?
Quick and lethal. Now this will come in handy. An easy trophy. Fury! would only slow me down.
Believe me, you will fall, Exile. So be it. Give your precious sanity, my agent of
Okay.
chaos. You shall serve me whether you like it or not.
Yeah, like I said,
I'm not going anywhere.
it's definitely not easy. You definitely have to lock in, but like
What luck?
you can do it for sure. You sticking with Ranger or switching it up in the new season? New league starts, I'll probably play this initially to get money. Like, I'll probably play this as my league starter to get situated in the end game, but then we'll roll into the new stuff after that. Play new stuff. But I want to be able to, like get some cash. How's your mana not moving? I have the unique ring for this setup, and I am constantly using mana flask charges. I'm just getting a lot of stuff. I am constantly using my mana flask too. Like, I am piano keying my flasks constantly throughout the fight. This your build? Yeah, it is my build. It's the one with the mobalytics link that's pinned. Ooh. Hell, Aravino, what's up, Somnus? How you doing tonight? I see your Atlas on Mobalytics, as I'm leveling. Where should I be spending my Atlas 3 points first? I have 4 available. Okay, so under the starter variant of my build on Mobalytics, that actually has a earlier game Atlas, and basically you just want to be spending points towards that. Like, that doesn't even have all the points in it. That's just like to get you started. Basically, just be pathing towards things that help you sustain maps, like Waystone. Drop chance, Waystone, rarity. Well, not Waystone. Still Waystone rarity just cuz, but yeah, like Waystone, drop chance, Waystone, tears, that stuff. Is what you want to be pathing towards initially. What's your opinion on crit versus non-crit? I don't have a formulated opinion on it because I haven't run the crit build, and POB does not currently support my build very well, so I'm not actually able to compare the two easily. But if I had to guess, I imagine for bossing, it's likely that crit is better, but for mapping, it's probably going to be non-crit. But both can do either, so it's kind of a wash. I would just like biased probably says that I would rather play non-crit. I think it's like easier to set up and itemize. Have you come across Wilson, Master Fisherman, and PoE2 yet? I found him on Augury the other day. No, I don't know what that is. Are you still manually swapping bow quiver between your two passive setups? Yeah, I am. I still have 2 setups. So like here is DPS. Here is unbuffed DPS on weapon set 1. Here is unbuffed DPS on bossing setup. 88,000 compared to 81,000. I do still switch whenever I fight pinnacles. I don't change, for Simulacrum because it's an AoE check. It's not a real pinnacle fight. Really want to try Druid. Yeah, I want to try the new classes and stuff, but I think the smart thing for me to do next league would be to just get established in the end game economically and then play new stuff. But I think it's also going to depend on what new stuff comes out. Like, there are definitely things that could come out that would tempt me to play something different. Imagine playing without 100% crit. Message paid for by the Monk Gang. That's pretty funny, actually. When is the next league? I do not know. The only thing I've heard is they want to keep kind of the same cadence as they did with PoE 1, that being like every 4 to 6 months. New league. Can you show Zest DPS on your build for this patch? Sure. We can do a Zest. Do I have Exalts right now? No, I need to exchange.
Hello there.
Thank you again for the key. Trying to sleep ASAP. It was nice of you. Whenever I'm like experimenting with changing stuff up for a video or for the mobalytics, Zesht is basically like my punching bag. He's my target dummy. It's like the only thing I can get a good measure of how much damage I actually deal. Because he doesn't move around too much, and typically he just kind of stands there and eats it until he dies. Reducing skill effect duration using Stormcaller Arrow, but actually getting enough duration where it feels kind of hard. That makes sense. Kind of go Omen, Thief's Torment, can't sustain anymore. That is... Okay, so I actually have that problem now because I raised my... This is part of that delicate balance with this build, but I raised my cast on shock to level 15, which is more energy generation. And for the most part, this is fine. This is fine during mapping. And this is fine as long as I don't Voltaic Mark. As soon as I Voltaic Mark, I was running instantly with the amount of ball procs I was getting. And I actually had to now remove my, I believe it was Impetus. No, it wasn't Impetus. It was... I had to remove my energy retention because I was just generating too much energy and it was overflowing the Thief's Torment, and I was just running So you can fly too close to the sun. And that's also why in the build guide and in the video I said don't take it above 11, and then I did it anyways. But yeah, if you do go too close to the sun, just start taking out your energy generation gems out of your cast on shock until you normalize. Because chances are good you're firing too many balls for you to actually even utilize it anyway. So you're just wasting mana for nothing at that point. Might as well just take them out.
mind if I do.
Okay. So I play up to the boss. I switch weapon set to switch to my bossing passives. Go to the skill panel. I have magnified effect, and right next to it, I have my concentrated effect on my voltaic mark. Concentrated effect doesn't actually like help my voltaic mark do anything. I'm not using voltaic mark during mapping. I'm only using it during bossing. So I just use it to store my concentrated effect, and I switch these out whenever I go to fight the boss. And just like before we get into the fight, just because funny big numbers, you can see we get all the way up to 142,000 lightning arrow damage, on 23,000 per rod lightning rod damage when all buffed up.
We that dreamed, we in nightmare, we that are one. Hear the great winds,
No mana.
realize truth. The abyss knocks once.
Yeah, I have voltaic marked and it's still too much.
Is onset life.
As long as I don't voltaic mark, it's fine. But the second I voltaic mark, it's a problem. So basically, I just can't use voltaic mark anymore because the proc rate is too high.
That's quite nice.
Damn, I was really hoping taking the energy retention out would do enough, but no. It's voltaic mark is just too spicy. Just instantly drops my mana to 0 now. I don't know when that happened. I guess I just do too much damage now. I was swapping magnified effect and concentrated effect. Basic strategy for getting as much out of breach as possible. Just move with the waves always. The basic strategy for breach is push the part of the map that is going to close in the quickest. So the side of the map that's the smallest. You push that all the way to the edge to kill everything that spawns. And then you push back the other way in the direction where you have more surface area, where you've given all of those mobs plenty of time to spawn up, and you just push through all of them. The 10% attack speed. No, it was like this before stream too. I wasn't allowed to voltaic mark anymore. Trying to do something similar. I don't know if this can help at all. If you run overwhelming presence, you can lower shock threshold on mobs and bosses. Yeah, I definitely don't need more shock chance. I actually need less now. How much health and ES do you have? I have no ES really. I have 23 ES from my gloves, because they're Hawas, and I have 2300 life. Yeah, as soon as the voltaic mark fell off, I was fine. But yeah, I can't voltaic mark anymore. I just, it's too much, it's too many procs. It's too many procs. Thief's Torment just can't keep up with it. The infinite mana battery has broken. It's unfortunate, but yeah. I've taken things too far.
Shocking.
Let's do one more. That one was kind of scuffed because I went so I use voltaic. We'll just not use voltaic this time. Yeah, voltaic is just off the table. That 50% multiplicative Val the Thieves. My thief is Val. My thief's corrupted for 5% skill speed. Oh, you mean Val it and try to get more mana? Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I don't think anything's gonna keep up with that. That proc rate was insane. I instantly went We just threw like an infinity amount of balls at his face. And then that was it. Goodbye, mana. All right, Voltaic Mark, not allowed. Banned.
We that dreamed. We in nightmare. We that are one. She of thought.
Charge arrow.
We that fail.
That was better. That's more so what it's supposed to look like. How expensive is my bow and quiver? My current quiver, I think, was, I want to say 7. I think I paid 9 for my quiver. I paid 7 for my bow. It's a 417 DPS bow. And then my quiver was a steal because not a lot of people have realized that projectile speed is just as good as damage with bows as long as you have like an equivalent percentage because of our passives with feathered fletching. So people tend to underprice increased projectile speed quivers. And then they've like heard that increased bow skills is the meta one. So they overprice increased bow skills. So if you're ever looking for like a cheaper alternative quiver that might be better than yours, you want to search for physical to attacks, lightning to attacks, projectile speed. And then what I like to do, I do weighted sum physical lightning, and I put in 45. And then I do weighted sum projectile speed bow skills. I do like 25, 35, depending on the person's budget. Because sometimes I help some folks shop in my Discord. And then from there, I leave everything else open. I do +2 projectile skills, and then I leave the other 2 open, and I search. And then I look for an upgrade for the person. Typically, I can find something pretty affordable, especially if you're willing to not do primed quiver. If you're willing to do like an off-meta quiver, like Visceral, which is still damage at the end of the day. Like, even if we're not going for critical attack chance, like critical chance is still going to boost your DPS. It's still not nothing, and it's going to be substantially cheaper than a primed quiver because people understand primed quiver is meta.
Time is not.
Oh man. Kind of cooked.
bow's dead to me. What level do you run Ball Lightning at? Minimum level 11. You don't want to raise Ball Lightning's level because it gets a lot of free levels from our projectile skills, unfortunately. You do price checks? I mean, I can. My price checking outside of the expertise of like Deadeye stuff is pretty much going to be down to I'll end breach rings. I'm decent at price checking breach rings. But outside of that, it's literally just going to be me like checking the market manually. I'm not like a savant of price check or anything. The real game is figuring out budget builds like Totem Warriors, so you don't need a good mace, just plus 6 levels, plus 100% LA skill damage, negative attribute requirements. I agree. Zesh is writing an angry Reddit post as we speak. That's a good comment. It was funny. Check my boss killing in 10 seconds. Like told me why your COC is level 12. Upgrade it. Then I couldn't all of a sudden. Yeah. Yeah, you can't fly too close to the sun with this build. It's a very delicate balance. I like to compare it a lot to Tony's Iron Man suit before he perfected the new element. It was like basically Thief's Torment is this shoddy like workaround that it works, but like it's so delicate and like it can run dry. It's not the perfect energy source, you know? That's like what I compare this to. We're still trying to figure out what the new element is, the perfect energy source to perfect the build. If it exists at all, but I don't believe it does. The only thing I can think that could possibly perfect the energy source of this build is a juiced corrupt Thief's Torment with extra mana, and then you have a juiced corrupt Ingenuity. And then maybe you could take this build to the next level where you just go full on with the projectile skill levels and you never run and it's absolutely bonkers. That's unexplored territory, though. I don't have currency like that to experiment. It's a quiver because I'm a Deadeye, too. Yeah, I could probably take a look at quivers. Yeah, quivers seem like something I could look at. When you have a second, could you check which bow is overall better between two? I posted in Theorycraft on the Discord, not in a hurry, so whenever. Yeah, and look at that. Theorycraft. Get some opinions on which bow is overall better. Oh man, fires 2 additional arrows. That's so cool. Left one is generally going to be better. The +2 additional arrows is like a bit too low on DPS to compete with how much DPS the left bow does. In the majority of circumstances, the left bow will be better. I would say the only time that the 2 additional arrows could even potentially match it would be Pinnacles. But I still think even in that circumstance, the left bow would do more damage. Wait, your left bow has additional arrow too. Oh yeah, it's not close. Left bow for sure. Left bow for sure. What's your IGN? Aravina. On account of Ranger was a chick, so I went incognito mode and added an A to the end of my name. Yeah, no problem.
I had a clean house when we're done here. Yeah, this looked fun. This could potentially be something. I need to think about that a little bit more. Okay, so what are we looking at here? I don't see the recommended level for Ball Lightning and Orb on your MOBA build. It might just be in the video. Might be something I need to update. Let me check. Cast on shock. Yeah, we'll add a line in here. All right, I added the line in there about that. All right, so what are we looking at here? Bring the chat back up. Okay. Got that bit of info from the videos myself. Yeah. All right, so price checking. I think the bow is cooked as far as price, maybe? Hold on. D7? Yeah, I think the bow, as far as price checking, the bow's pretty cooked because there's no extra projectile, like there's no extra arrow. The physical damage isn't max rolled. It's only T7. And even though like it overall has like a lot of raw damage potential with quality. Pretty decent damage potential. It without the extra arrow, no one will pay too much for it. This quiver is cooked because there's no flat damage on it. Percent damage are nice and all, but the thing about percent damage is it goes into the same bucket as all of our other increased damage modifiers in the game, which we get tons and tons of out of the passive tree. So like a 50% increased damage on an item ends up being more like 6 to 10% overall damage increase. Whereas like flat damage on quivers is really substantial because we have limited access to flat damages. That and this being only +1 to projectile skills, I think the quiver's kind of cooked. I don't know what someone would pay for it, but probably not too much. I'd say less than a div on both of these for sure. This is nice, but there's no projectile skills. No projectile skills is like a pretty big L. I'd say all three are less than a divine, and they'd be kind of hard to sell because they're missing some key components that people search for. Like I know whenever I search for a quiver, I type in +2 projectile skills. I never look for one. Why does projectile speed matter? Yeah, feathered fletching just makes it a damage bonus the same as
the same as bow skills, as long as they're of comparable numerical value. I got both for 5, so I was rocking with it. Yeah, that sounds like pretty decent deal for these. I don't know if you could really get more. I think it would be difficult just on the grounds of there aren't going to be many folks searching for the parameters on these items. Rough estimate on this quiver. This has almost bis lines, but the roll is really low on the flats. T5 lightning, T4 cold. How much damage is this? This is 13. Yeah, I think this is only, what, 21 flat? Yeah, that's tough, because 45, this is like 21 flat, and you can get 45 flat with bow skills, projectile skills, for like 2-3 div. The 10% attack speed really helps it out, and critical damage bonus, you know, not many people run crit, but it's not a dead line. People really like it whenever all 6 of their stats do something for them. Even if it's not exactly what they wanted, everyone's happy chemicals go off a little bit harder when they see an item that just has 6 lines that do something for them. I feel like you could probably sell this quiver for like 2-3 divines. If you were patient, or at the very least 1 divine. Just on the grounds that it has good stats in the lines, even if they're not the highest rolls possible. Like the bow skills line is pretty high roll. Projectile skills 2 is what you want. 10% attack speeds, solid. It's not high roll, but it's what you want. Cold damage is what people want. That's like the meta, right? Like there's way more people running the Fub gun build than they are running the Aravan build. That's just facts. More people are searching for cold damage than lightning. Oh, I did just realize that it's not fizz. It's not fizz cold. It's lightning cold. That definitely hurts it. Yeah, I'd probably say like a div 2. 1 to 2. If it was fizz cold, it could have been as much as 3 just because people overpay for the Fub gun gear. Like if it's name brand Fub gun gear, people pay more for it. What time do you sleep? I'm probably not gonna sleep for a while, but the stream will probably end relatively soon. Sorry to add more to your file, but how about these? Thank you very much. This is a good quiver. This is what people look for. Well, what sucks is, like, it's double-edged, right? Like, this is the kind of quiver that I look for, but the kind of quiver the masses look for is they look for bow skills, and they don't understand projectile speed is good. So we kind of have to chalk the projectile speed to some degree as far as evaluation. It's like, what? I want to say 13 fizz average, 27 cold. That's really good. That's got to be high roll, right? Yeah, T9 cold. That's nice. T7 fizz, T9 cold. That's quite a lot of flat added to the item. Dexterity is what people look for. Projectile skills is what people look for. Mana on kill is not a deadline. The max rolled attack speed. Quiver, I want to say, like I said, people overpay for the Fub gun gear. So I'd say that this is probably 6 or more divines. Just on the grounds of it's really high rolled flats for cold physical. With projectile skills and dexterity, even if it's not high roll. People running the Fub gun build also need some mana on kill somewhere. Otherwise, they go because they don't Thief's Torment during mapping. Even though this is a low roll on the mana per enemy, again, it goes into the psychology of this has 6 rolls that are good for people, and people enjoy whenever their items have no deadlines. Yeah, I'd say like 6 div, probably. 6 div or more. And I'm not checking the site at all, right? Like, this is just, I'm looking at the item, and I'm thinking what it's worth. That's just off the top of my head. I would say 6 divs is probably what something like that is going for. Now, let's look at this one. This is like an Aravan quiver. Straight up. I like the T9 fizz. That's great. T5 lightning, not that amazing. Low projectile speed, but still serviceable. Great dex roll. Projectile skills, exactly what people want. Low mana on enemy kill, but at least it's not a deadline. It'd be like probably, I want to say 3 div. Probably 3 div for this quiver. 3, 4. And that's not because this quiver is like particularly weaker than the other one. That's just the FUB gun gap. Conductivity support gem. Negative 35% to lightning resistance in 2 meters of target? What? Conductivity. Beam is that exposure? Conductivity. I don't think that exists, does it? Skill, okay. Oh, the curse? For us, no. Yeah. Conductivity curse isn't useful for us because my build gets you to 75% lightning penetration, and the most elemental resistance anything has, the most elemental resistance pinnacles have is 75%. And I don't know the specifics behind if you can actually get an enemy to go into negative res. I know you could in PoE 1, but I heard that you can't in PoE 2. I haven't heard any confirmation one way or the other. But what I know for absolutely certain is penetration is the last word in the calculation. So if you have conductivity and you have lightning exposure, they're subtracted first. So unless you can get more than negative 75% between conductivity and lightning exposure, which only Stormweavers can do that, it's basically useless with my build because penetration definitely cannot take the enemy into negative res. So the negative 75% applies after conductivity and after lightning exposure, bringing him to 0 no matter what. So there's no need for exposure and there's no need for conductivity. There's no benefit to using them. +2 skill. Yeah, +2 skill is the highest you can roll in a quiver. And the reason it's really important that people have negative +2 on their quiver is because the +2 on the quiver quickly becomes, in reality, +4. Because of Master Fletching being... Or no, +5. It becomes +5 pretty quickly. Because Master Fletching is going to give you 100% quiver or 80% quiver effect. No, I'm lying again. It's +4. +4 pretty quickly. You get 80% quiver effect, so that immediately makes it +3, and then you get 2 jewels. This is the logic behind getting the 2 jewels with bonus gain from Equip Quiver. You quickly get to a point where you have +4 from your quiver. But if you only have +1 from the quiver, then this doesn't work, basically. Like, it doesn't work nearly as well. Price on a... Bro, I've never swung a staff in my life. I don't know. Yeah, I can't even fathom a guess. I imagine it's expensive just because Invoker's pretty meta, but I wouldn't even hazard a guess. Yes, you can run this build on a Gemling stat stacker. It works. I've seen it done. Try to guess. Bro, I don't know. That thing looks like it's like 20 divines or some shit. It just looks expensive. Because that's... Yeah, T9 Lightning. Actually, it's only T7 Fizz, T6 Elemental Damage. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, maybe it's not 20. Maybe it's like I want to. 20 is the correct answer. Okay, got it. Great. Pretend it's an arrow and you're gonna shoot the staff. Yeah. All right. I'm an hour and 15 minutes over how long I normally stream. Usually my streams only run for 4 hours, but I was having a lot of fun, and it was nice getting to talk with you all and like theorycraft and talk about gear and stuff. Been a really great time. So thanks for hanging out with me tonight. I am gonna go ahead and shut it down. Let me see something real quick before I sign off. All right, cool. Good note. Yep. I will be back on Wednesday. Next stream is Wednesday. My stream schedule is Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Starting at 6 p.m. EST. Best PoE2 streamer. I don't know if I don't think I can say I'm like the best streamer or anything close. TBH. I'm still learning like anybody else is, right? Like I just know LA Deadeye stuff. But I'll get there. I'll keep getting better over time. But thank you. It's appreciated that you would say that. I think my YouTube content is pretty solid. I think like the editing and the way the information is portrayed and delivered is pretty solid. I'll take pride in that, but I think as far as like PoE2 streamers, there's some very, very, very good PoE2 streamers. Yeah. Have a good night, everybody. Later.